Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2025 International Forum on Taiwan Cultural Heritage. 各位贵宾，大家早安，欢迎莅临2025台湾文化遗产国际论坛。Once again, we are very, very happy and honored to be joined by our distinguished experts from ICOMOS, Taiwan's government, academia, and civil society groups. Together, they are going to share their insights on key issues in cultural heritage preservation and sustainability. We are going to move forward with flexibility, originality, and resilience. 没错，我们1年1度的国际论坛呢，非常荣幸哦，再次邀集了来自于我们国际 ICOMOS 国际文化纪念物与历史场所委员会的贵宾，同时呢，还有来自于国内推动文资的政府机关啦，以及专家学者，以及我们的民间团队的这个代表哦，共同来探讨文资保存以及永续的重要议题。让我们一同灵动创新，坚韧前行。And now let me begin by introducing our distinguished guests joining us this morning. If you hear your names, would you please first of all stand up and say hi to us? 接下来呢，首先为大家介绍莅临今天论坛的贵宾哦，也请唱名到的贵宾呢，先起身跟我们挥挥手，打个招呼。首先，我们要欢迎的当然就是文化部李远部长 ，Minister 李远 ，Ministry of Culture。接下来为大家介绍农业部林业及自然保育署林华庆署长，华庆林 ，Director General Forestry and Nature Conservation Agency Ministry of Agriculture。交通部观光署陈玉秀署长，玉秀 Chen Director General Tourism Administration Ministry of Transportation and Communications。And our distinguished guests coming from afar。接下来呢，为大家介绍几位我们国际的贵宾。首先呢，是国际文化纪念物与历史场所委员会的主席 Teresa Patricio, President of ICOMOS. Let's welcome her. 澳洲坎培拉大学兼任教授，同时呢，也是国际景观建筑师协会前主席、国际自然保护联盟的成员。Steve Brown, Adjunct Professor, University of Canberra, Australia, member of IUCN, former President of ICOMOS, IFLA. Welcome. 英国威普尔兰菲尔铁路秘书长以及前英国在台办事处的处长 Michael Riley, Secretary General, Welshpool and Lanfair Light Railway, UK, and former Director of British Office, Taipei. 瑞士雷蒂亚铁路亚太区行销经理 Patrick Misha, Marketing Manager for Asia, Russian Railway, Switzerland. And our guest from Japan, 日本大井川铁道的鸟种亮社长 Akira Torizuka, President of Oigawa Railway, Japan. Welcome. 接下来呢，为大家介绍的是农业部林业及自然保育署张岱副署长 ，Deputy Director General 张岱 Director of Forestry and Nature Conservation Agency. Welcome， 非常欢迎副署长。And next joining us. 接下来为大家介绍的是林业及自然保育署阿里山林业铁路及文化资产管理处王昭宝处长，昭宝王 Director of Alishan Forest Railway and Cultural Heritage Office, Ministry of Forestry and Nature Conservation Agency. Welcome. 接下来呢，为大家介绍的是农业部林业及自然保育署汪昭华处长 ，Director 昭华王 Forestry and Nature Conservation Agency. 以及嘉义分署的李定中分署长 ，Director 丁仲李，嘉义 Branch of Forestry and Nature Conservation Agency， 以及育乐组的李允中组长 ，Director 允仲李 ，Forest Recreation Division, Forestry and Nature Conservation Agency。内政部国家公园署玉山国家公园管理处的卢淑菲处长 ，Director 淑菲卢 ，National Park Headquarters。National Park Service Ministry of the Interior. Welcome， 非常欢迎哦。那接下来呢，为大家介绍我们几位今天的讲师以及主持人 and our speakers。首先呢是国立成功大学建筑系教授助理副校长兼博物馆的馆长吴炳生老师，炳生吴 Professor of Architecture and Senior Vice President of National 成功 University. Welcome。同时，我们今天来到现场的也有雄狮旅游集团的董事总经理及永续长黄信川，欢迎。And joining us, we have 信川黄 Director and CEO and Chief Sustainability Officer of Lion Travel. 中国科技大学建筑系严养宁教授，养宁严 Professor, Department of Architecture, China University. of Technology， 中原大学建筑系林小薇教授，小薇林 Professor Department of Architecture， 中原 Christian University。国立台湾大学地理环境资源学系的洪广济副教授，广济洪 Associate Professor Department of Geography and Environmental Resource National Taiwan University， 国立云林科技大学文化资产维护系王新恒副教授。Professor Xinheng Wang, Department of Cultural Heritage Conservation, National Yunlin University of Science and Technology。接下来呢，为大家介绍的是国家铁道博物馆筹备处的郑明章主任，郑明斌主任，不好意思啊，郑明章主任 Director 明长征 National Railway Museum Preparatory Office。Welcome。那同时呢，也要为大家欢迎的是亚太遗产暨旅游铁道组织的徐乃义副主席 Deputy Chair 乃义徐 Asia Pacific Heritage and Tourist Rail Organization， 国立台湾师范大学地理系的洪志文教授。Professor 志文宏 ，Department of Geography and National Taiwan Normal University。那当然呢，还有我们主办这次论坛的文化部文化资产局陈继明局长 ，and the host of today's forum, Jiming Chen, the Director General Bureau of Cultural Heritage Ministry of Culture。我们再次给今天的所有贵宾一个掌声好吗 ？Let's give all of our distinguished guests and all our speakers another big round of applause。接下来呢，我们首先就有请主办单位文化部文化资产局陈继明局长致欢迎词 to welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Director General Jiming Chen, Bureau of Cultural Heritage, Ministry of Culture.
Minister Lee and all the distinguished guests, members of the media, good morning. I would like to thank all of you for joining us today. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the 2025 International Forum on Taiwan Cultural Heritage. This forum has been organized for 4 consecutive years. And this year, the theme will be focused on promoting the Alishan Forest Railway and Cultural Landscape as a World Heritage Site. And based on this idea, we would like to focus on several important themes, namely cultural landscapes, preservation and regeneration, cultural heritage, creative empowerment, as well as sustainability and resilience, sustainable management and development of railway heritage. And so today we are honored by the presence of many government agencies and civil society leaders and different preservation and regeneration groups and organizations. And Taiwan has already set up a committee for the promotion of Taiwan's World Heritage Sites registration, as well as a lot of supporting agencies. And in the process, we would like to thank the Tourism Administration and the Touristy and Nature Conservation Agency for their staunch support. I would like to thank Director General Lin and Director General Chen for from the two administrations for joining us today. In addition, I would like to give my special thanks to Professor Wu, Professor Yan, and Professor Lin for their long-term support in terms of promoting the research and visibility and international profile of Taiwan's cultural landscape and historic sites. And today, we're also honored by the presence of international experts and speakers and practitioners from the UK, Australia, as well as Switzerland and Japan. We have experts representing the Oigawa Railway and British as well as Swiss Railways joining the discussion today. We have been friends for a long time. In particular, I would like to point out that the International Council on Monuments and Sites, ICOMOS, is also joining us today. ICOMOS has been at the forefront and a esteemed pioneer in promoting the visibility and preservation of historic monuments and sites. It is also an important supporting agency that offers consultation services to the UNESCO's efforts and programs in the inscription of World Heritage Sites. I would like to thank the president of ICOMOS, Teresa Patricio, for joining us today. About 2 years ago, at the ICOMOS World Assembly 2023, I met Teresa Patricio at the conference. I then invited her to join us in Taiwan one day. She has had a really busy schedule, so she wasn't able to join us in the following year. However, she had sent other representatives from ICOMOS to join us here in Taiwan at this forum in 2024. However, this year, she is able to take time out of her busy schedule to join us in person. And we are extremely honored by her presence. And she will be giving a keynote speech this morning. And we truly look forward to her keynote presentation. Over the next 2 days, we will hear presentations and have opportunities to learn from cases and experiences, not just from international speakers, but from local advocates of heritage preservation and promotion. We will have speakers from the local civil societies joining us today, as well as scholars and researchers. And I hope that they will be able to offer us more inspiration and experiences in terms of enhancing the sustainability and resilience of cultural heritage. I would like to thank the Minister, Lin, for joining us today. And then I would also like to wish all of you a fruitful participation in today's conference. Thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you once again. 各位贵宾，接下来呢，邀请特别莅临我们今天开幕典礼现场的文化部李远部长上台致辞，我们掌声欢迎部长。Ladies and gentlemen, next, please welcome Minister Li Yuan, Ministry of Culture, for his remarks on the stage. 部长有请。
在场
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I was here at the conference same time last year, and some of the guests visited Alishan. However, there was torrential rain and they got wet. This year, the weather is great, so we hope you have a pleasant trip to Alishan. This summer, Taiwan was struck by typhoon and also floods. We saw that in the face of typhoon and also floods, our heritage and also historic monuments are quite vulnerable. And biodiversity is seriously impacted by weather events. This is actually quite similar to Taiwan's place in the world. We see that all around the world, countries face the threat of climate change and also wars. Therefore, our actions to protect heritages for them to be sustainable and also resilient is quite important, or else they would be destroyed by climate change or floods or torrential rain. So we are greatly appreciative of international guests that are here to share their insights. Last year in Taiwan, we established the 100 Cultural Sites Project, and that is to find sites that are cultural heritages or that have biodiversity. And one of them is actually community building, because it takes awareness to preserve cultural heritage, and that starts from bottom up. That is why I started the project of 100 sites. And also, we spent 10 years restoring a railway plant. And we spent 10 years sorting the land and restoring the site. It is just newly opened. We thought that if you're not able to go to Alishan because of the weather, you could visit that site. However, it seems like the weather is great today. So we invite you back next time to visit the site. So thank you all for joining us. We have so many people in tourism and also in community building that are here. And we'd like to gather together to collectively think about preserving cultural heritage. Thank you, Minister Li.
Thank you。那当然呢，我们每次论坛也都非常谢谢农业部 林业及自然保育署以及交通部观光署的大力合作。接下来呢，我们就要有请两个单位的首长也上台来致辞哦 ，Ladies and gentlemen。接下来，我们首先要有请农业部林业及自然保育署林华庆署长上台致辞。Let's firstly welcome Hua Qinglin, Director General, Forestry and Nature Conservation Agency, Ministry of Agriculture, to the stage.
Minister Lei, Director General Chen of the Bureau of Cultural Heritage, and Director General Chen from the Tourism Administration. It is my great honor and privilege to be able to participate in the 2025 International Forum on Taiwan Cultural Heritage. I would also like to, on behalf of Minister Chen of the Ministry of Agriculture, extend our warmest welcome to our esteemed guests and experts from ICOMOS, as well as IUCN and other important international organizations joining us this time in Taiwan. The Forestry and Nature Conservation Agency, as Minister Li had mentioned, that is dedicated to preserving the biodiversity of Taiwan. And this also includes the diverse cultural landscape and natural landscape. And as the competent authority in charge of protecting and safeguarding Taiwan's biodiversity and natural ecology, it is our responsibility to ensure the sustainability, management, and development of the environment. And to that end, we have had made great efforts in promoting programs related to cultural heritage and preserving natural and cultural landscape. And the Alishan Forest Railway project is a good example. The Alishan Railway is not just a very well-known tourist attraction with over 100 years of history. It is also world-renowned for its unique attributes and characteristics relating to the technicality of the railway itself. It's located at the elevation of 2,000 meters, making the railway engineering work extremely challenging. It also bears witness to the industrialization, the decline, the rise and fall of the forestry industry, as well as the modernization process of the island of Taiwan. And the railway passes through different communities, different ethnic groups, represented different ways and interplays of human nature interaction and the different ways of land utilization along the railway. And it is our great honor that the Alishan Railway has been designated as an important national cultural heritage and landscape by the Taiwanese government a long time ago. In addition to promoting the preservation of natural and cultural landscape, we have been sparing no efforts to enhance the safety of the railway, including renovating and upgrading many stations along the railway, enhancing the integrity of its infrastructure. In addition to many other upgrades, we hope that this railway will not just be a testament to over 1 century of technical excellence, engineering excellence, and craftsmanship, but also a platform showcasing the history of the natural resources development as well as cultural diversity of Taiwan. So far, we have formed sister railway relationships with 9 different railways from 5 different countries around the world. And we're honored today that the Secretary General, Mr. Riley from Welshpool and Landfair Light Railway, as well as from Swiss Railway, and our honored guest from Japanese railways are joining us today. They are all our sister railways. So we hope that they will be able to spark new inspiration, and we will be able to bounce ideas of one another at this forum, creating more opportunities for dialogue, exchange, and collaboration so that we can strengthen this great family of railway network. And as we continue to learn from each other's experiences and practices. And I wish all of you a fruitful participation in the 2-day conference. In addition, I would like to invite all of you to join the post-conference tour and offer us your most valuable advice and suggestions. With that, I conclude my opening remarks. Thank you.
Agency Ministry of Agriculture。那接下来呢，我们要有请交通部观光署陈玉秀署长上台致辞，我们掌声欢迎署长。Ladies and gentlemen, next please welcome Yusho Chen, Director General of Tourism Administration, Ministry of Transportation and Communications, to the stage. 署长有请。
I'd like to thank the Ministry of Culture. I'd like to thank the Minister, and also I am meeting actually Director General Lin of the Forestry and Nature Conservation for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you in the Cultural Heritage Circle, good morning. As someone who loves cultural heritages, I am the Director General of the Tourism Administration. And actually, I used to work in cultural heritage, and it's something that I have great passion for. It has also nurtured me greatly. And that is also one of the reasons why I'm working in the tourism administration today. And how we can combine cultural heritage and tourism is something I am quite passionate about, and I think I bear that responsibility as well. And I hope that we can work together going forward. And I've been in office for only 2 months, so I've been thinking about how we can better connect tourism to cultural heritages and how we can work better with Ministry of Agriculture. My colleagues prepared some materials for me to share with you. Cultural heritage is not only witness to history, it's also the soul to the local spirit. And actually, tourism is not just about economy, it is actually the extension of culture, and it also carries national image. I often say that culture is the soul of tourism, and tourism is the stage for culture. And when we go locally and see how people are connected to the land, we can get better sense of that cultural essence. And so we would love for the world to see Taiwan's beautiful forests, and Alishan is the best example. And recently, I am often interviewed by media in Taiwan, and some people ask me, what do I love most about Taiwan? And my answer is Alishan. Aside from the zigzag railway, we're able to see different landscapes in Alishan. And I feel like it is the most classical example. We see that along the railway, you see the clouds and also the fog, and we see the lake, and that also shapes a very special folk culture and also a different face. So Alishan's railways started out carrying lumber, but now it also carries tourism and culture purposes. And people are able to get a taste of tea in the mountains and also wonderful coffee. And this is often acclaimed as the most precious living cultural landscape. It was also selected by New York Times to be the top 52 spots that are worthy of visit in 2025. So to avoid overcrowding, the Tourism Administration also adapts a kind of strategy so that we can guide people into Alishan from different spots. And we're seeing that by diversifying the entrances to Alishan, we've been able to lower the burden to the destination. And we're seeing that different tribes also play an important role. For example, the Dabang Wenhua Lujing site this year was selected to be the top 100 cultural sites. And through guided tours as well as cultural experiences, we've been able to showcase how culture and tourism can go hand in hand. Alishan National Park Management Office is an office managed by the Tourism Bureau. And on August 15th this year, we also held the yearly anniversary. And we wanted to combine the harvesting festivals of the indigenous tribes with gourmet exhibitions so that people can get a better taste of the culture. And we also promoted weddings under Alishan and also tea tours. And we were able to build a tourism model that is meaningful and can convey cultural essence. So Taiwan's cultural heritage is not just only about preservation, but through the power of tourism, we can help international visitors understand our stories better. And by working with the local communities, we would like to highlight some of the important points of Taiwan's cultural heritages. And we're looking forward to listening and connecting to the global community through this forum. Lastly, I'd like to wish this forum every success. Please do invite me back next year. Thank you. Thank you, Director General. So please remain on stage as we will be taking a photograph.
Thank you very much to Director General Chen of Tourism Administration. And next, we're going to have a group photo on the stage. 接下来呢，我们合影的时间要再次邀请几位贵宾到台上来。首先，我们要邀请国立成功大学吴炳生助理副校长。We'd like to firstly welcome Senior Vice President of National Cheng Kung University, Professor Bing Sheng Wu。我们再次掌声欢迎。続きまして、鳥塚明社長、写真撮影に移りたい。だから、壇上までお分かりくださいませ。接下来呢，我们有请日本大井川铁道的鸟冢亮社长也到台上来，掌声欢迎 President of Oigawa Railway Japan, Akira Torizuka. Next, we'd like to welcome Patrick Misha, Marketing Manager for Asia, the Russian Railway from Switzerland. 掌声欢迎瑞士雷蒂亚铁路亚太区行销经理。好，我们署长呢已经在台上了。也有请就合照的定位。And next, we'd like to welcome Michael Riley, Secretary General of Welshpool and Lanfair Light Rail UK and former Director of British Office Taipei。接下来呢，我们要有请英国威尔普兰菲尔铁路秘书长，也是前英国在台办事处的处长，到台上来一起合影。接下来呢，我们要邀请中国科技大学建筑系严雅宁教授，有请教授。And next, we'd like to welcome Professor Yaning Yan of Department of Architecture, China University of Technology. Please also join us on the stage. Next, we'd like to welcome Steve Brown, Adjunct Professor, University of Canberra. 接下来我们有请澳洲坎培拉大学兼任教授，有请。接下来呢，我们要再次邀请农业部林业及自然保育署林华庆署长，署长有请。Next, we'd like to welcome Director General Hua Qinglin, Forestry and Nature Conservation Agency, Ministry of Agriculture. Next, we'd like to welcome Ms. Teresa Patricio, President of ICOMOS. Please also join us on the stage. 国际文化纪念物与历史场所委员会的主席。接下来我们要邀请文化部文化资产局陈继明局长 ，Director General Jimin Chen, Bureau of Cultural Heritage, Ministry of Culture。当然还有文化部李远部长，再次掌声欢迎部长。And please welcome once again Minister Li Yuan of Culture to join us on the stage for the group photo。没错，我们也有特别准备了这个手拿牌给我们台上的每一位贵宾哦。Okay, let's look at the cameras in front of you. All right, and let's have a photo together. 好的，我们一起看向前方的镜头 ，3, 2, 1。好的，有我们的文资局的手拿牌也赶快上来了，请局长帮我们拿一下文资局的手拿牌。All right, okay. Now everybody has something in their hands. Okay, we can do another photo. 3, 2, 1。好，台上的贵宾，我们同时也在拍摄影片哦，所以如果可以的话，可以帮我们稍微挥个手。Would you please also wave your hands because we are also making a video too. All right, please look at the camera. 好，我们试试再次掌声给台上的所有贵宾。Once again, thank you to all our distinguished guests on the stage. You may return to your seats. Thank you. 谢谢台上的贵宾，请您先行回座。And after you return to your seats, we are going to do another group photo. All right? 那在我们贵宾回座之后呢，我们要再拍一张大合照哦。我们要请摄影师准备到舞台上，帮我们今天参加2025年台湾文化遗产国际论坛的所有好朋友们、所有的好伙伴拍一张大合照。And now you can see our photographers on the stage right now, ready for another group photo. Yes, it's for all of you here joining us for 2025 International Forum on Taiwan Cultural Heritage. Okay, everybody, are you ready? Please look at the cameras on the stage. 灵动创新，坚韧前行。比个赞 ，Yes。好，接下来拍影片哦 ，and the video, everybody。好，再给自己一个掌声好吗 ？Thank you very much. Yes. All right, everybody. Now we are going to move on to session 1. Yes, for our international forum this year, we have 3 sessions and also 10 talks, 3 panel discussions. So it's a lot that we are going to cover. All right. 那接下来呢，我们要进入到我们今年论坛的第一个场次。我们今年论坛呢，总共有3个场次，安排了10场的这个专题演讲。那同时呢，还有3场的专题讨论。And now for session 1, global and local value interpretation and international trends in cultural landscape. 第一场次，全球与在地文化景观的价值诠释以及国际趋势。Please welcome your moderator for this session. Once again, Director General Jiming Chen, Bureau of Cultural Heritage, Ministry of Culture, to open this session for us. 让我们掌声欢迎场次主持人文化部文化资产局陈继明局长为我们开场。
各位贵宾
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin with the first keynote speech of the day. We are extremely honored to have invited the president of ICOMOS to join us this morning, Ms. Teresa Patricio. She is the president of ICOMOS, International Council on Monuments and Sites dedicated to the preservation and promotion of heritage sites. And she is an architect and holds a doctoral degree in engineering, advanced master in conservation, heritage conservation, etc. And she has involved in a lot of archaeological and preservation projects in the Mediterranean. And she's also an important member of the Blue Shield Project. She is also a professor at the International Preservation Center at the Catholic University of Leuven in Belgium, KU Leuven. Today, she will be sharing with us an important topic: integration and adaptation, rethinking the trajectory of cultural heritage preservation and international engagement. World Heritage Cultural Landscapes nominations, custodianship, and rights. Let's welcome her.
那你觉得我是讲到它历史？
Good morning, distinguished excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to me to be here today with you. And on behalf of ICOMOS, the International Committee of Monuments and Sites, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Ministry of Culture in Taiwan and its Bureau of Cultural Heritage for the exceptional organization of this forum. And it is, of course, both my honor and a privilege for me to be invited to participate in this important gathering. This forum stands as a testament to Taiwan's unwavering commitment to the preservation, celebration, and evolution of cultural heritage. In a world where rapid changes often threaten the continuity of tradition, Taiwan's leadership in fostering dialogue, collaboration, and innovation in heritage conservation is truly commendable. And ICOMOS is proud to stand alongside with you in this endeavor. Our shared mission to safeguard the cultural treasures that define our identities and connect generations is more vital than ever. And throughout this forum, we not only exchange knowledge and expertise, but we also reaffirm our collective responsibility to protect the past while shaping sustainable future. So I really look forward for the rich exchanges and discussions that I'm sure we will have these next days. But before going in deep on the topic that brings us here today, if you allow me, I would like to present you and to talk a little bit about ICOMOS, because probably many of you are not very much aware of what is our organization. And ICOMOS is a non-governmental, a non-profit organization dedicated to the conservation of the world's cultural heritage. And since 1965, ICOMOS has been involved in global discussions about how cultural heritage, including cultural landscapes, can respond to global challenges, about how cultural heritage can be informed, and we can inform the various stakeholders about the positive role of heritage in building a sound cultural sector and a more sustainable future for all. We are also, of course, this year, it's our 60th anniversary this year, and since the beginning, ICOMOS has partnered with UNESCO and its member states on various activities, and there's been an advisory body in the implementation of the World Heritage Convention since 1972. It's not passing. Okay, thank you. We are a global network of professionals and experts working together. We have many colleagues also here in Taiwan. And we have a diverse membership network covering the whole range of heritage topics. ICOMOS strength and impact comes from our ongoing interdisciplinary exchanges and conversation, which inform all its approaches and activities. To give you a few numbers, ICOMOS has over 12,000 members in over 130 countries and territories. We are organized in more than 110 ICOMOS national committees and over 30 ICOMOS international scientific committees and working groups. that are, in fact, the technical bodies of ICOMOS, and we have here a list of the different topics that are covered by our international scientific committees. ICOMOS members work together to improve the preservation of our cultural heritage. This means that we are constantly reviewing and improving standards and techniques specific to each type of cultural heritage. We advocate the idea that heritage conservation, tangible and intangible, natural and cultural, improves quality of life and strengthens local identity. Traditional practices and knowledge can inform the development of non-anthropocentric policies and socio-economic activities, environmental laws, and potential biohazards. To speak more specifically about cultural landscapes, areas shaped by interaction between people and nature, think about rice terraces, sacred mountains, or historic gardens, ICOMOS tracks global trends throughout its International Scientific Committee on Cultural Landscapes. Today, my colleague that is here with you, Steve Brown, will talk about it to you more in detail. Today, current trends include, of course, adapting landscapes to climate change while preserving heritage to achieve sustainability and resilience. Empowering local and indigenous communities to manage and interpret their landscapes. Intangible heritage integration by the recognition of traditions, rituals, and knowledge systems tied to the land. And of course, the need of holistic documentation to map, monitor, and share cultural landscapes globally. So, having this in mind, it is both, of course, an honor and a responsibility to speak to you today about a vision that touches the very core of our shared mission, to safeguarding of cultural heritage, tangible, intangible, cultural, and natural, in a world increasingly shaped by uncertainties. A world where work delves into the fascinating intersection of cultural heritage, conservation and restoration, sustainability and resilience. To guarantee sustainability, we must preserve cultural heritage in environmentally responsible and socially inclusive ways that ensure long-term viability. We need non-invasive conservation technologies and green materials that can restore artifacts and buildings without harming the environment. Conservation and restoration efforts not only fix immediate damage, but also prepare cultural heritage for long-term challenges. Cultural heritage must be able to withstand and adapt to challenges such as climate change, urban development, and mass tourism, as well as social transformation, conflicts, and wars. ICOMOS has recently launched several impactful initiatives focused on values interpretation, sustainability, and resilience, particularly in the context of climate change and post-conflict heritage recovery. And I would like to present you a few key initiatives of ICOMOS. The work of ICOMOS on climate action, and as for instance, the participation of ICOMOS in the COP, and the Preserving Legacies project, and also the second discussion paper, which clarifies how sites of recent conflict relate to World Heritage Convention. And to finish, I would like also to present you our triennial scientific plan of ICOMOS. We gather today at a moment of profound urgency. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a present reality. It is reshaping landscapes, displacing communities, and endangering the very fabric of our shared cultural heritage. From rising seas that erode coastal monuments to wildfires that consume centuries-old architecture, the impacts are devastating and accelerating. In response to this crisis, ICOMOS has stepped forward with clarity, courage, and conviction. And in 2010 and 20, ICOMOS, and we were the first cultural organization doing it, We declared a climate and ecological emergency, recognizing that heritage professionals must be part of the solution, not just witnessing the losses. And since then, ICOMOS has launched and supported a series of transformative initiatives. The Future of Our Past report, this landmark publication, reframed cultural heritage as a powerful tool for climate action. It emphasized that heritage is not just vulnerable, it is also valuable in shaping sustainable futures. The report offered 9 concrete recommendations now guiding global policies updates. ICOMOS has endorsed a new World Heritage Climate Change policy that aligns heritage protection with the goals of the Paris Agreement. In 2023, ICOMOS adopted the Carbon Reduction Strategies, a comprehensive strategy to reduce our own carbon footprint. This includes practical guidance for committees, members, and partners to embed sustainability into daily operations. ICOMOS has worked also, and we are still working with UNESCO and IPCC and other global bodies to strengthen the link between cultural and sciences. These partnerships are helping to mainstream heritage into climate adaptation and mitigation strategies. We reaffirm our leadership in heritage-based climate action during the 28th and 29th UN Climate Change Conference, COP28 in Dubai and in 23, and COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan in 2024. We are now preparing for the COP in Brazil. During these meetings, ICOMOS advocate for a global goal on adaptation, emphasizing the role of indigenous knowledge and cultural practices in resilience. ICOMOS also supports the Heritage Adapt to Climate Alliance, a new coalition launched to integrate heritage into climate resilience frameworks. Co-organizing in 2024 the side events Unlocking the Power of Cultural Heritage and Knowledge to spotlight inclusive strategies for climate adaptation. In collaboration with the National Geographic Society, ICOMOS launched in 2023 the ICOMOS Preserving Legacies project to help heritage sites and communities to adapt to climate impacts, building on ICOMOS 2019 report, The Future of Our Past. You have also one site here in Taiwan that is collaborating in this project. And the project aims to equip heritage professionals worldwide with tools for sustainable climate action, to empower communities around the world to safeguard and to protect their cultural and natural heritage from the impacts of climate change, and to integrate cultural heritage and cultural landscapes into global climate action strategies. And to this end, a series of initiatives and activities had been developed, as the first one, development in collaboration with ICOMOS national committees like Bangladesh, Ireland, Jordan, Philippines, Tunisia, and USA, of climate literacy training for climate resilience and risk assessment tools tailored to cultural heritage contexts. Moreover, the project develops tools and educational materials to help heritage professionals to adapt to climate change. We also organize community workshops. Hands-on workshops have been held at World Heritage sites like Petra in Jordan and the rice terraces of the Philippine Cordilleras in Philippines, focusing on cultural landscapes, climate risks, resilience, and local solutions. I think next week you will have a workshop here in Taiwan about it. With this project, we have developed global collaboration. Countries like Bangladesh, Ireland, Tunisia, and USA work together to share knowledge and strategies. We also, of course, have this program, very important one, Climate Custodian Program, a 3-year initiative guiding heritage sites throughout climate adaptation, from learning to action, supporting local custodians in creating community-led adaptation plans, integrating indigenous and scientific knowledge. The Preserving Legacy project is having a global reach and community impact. In total, we have engaged in the project 32 heritage sites across 35 countries, involving 473 changemakers and 74 site custodians. Of course, you can ask me why all these matters. Climate change threatens not just landscapes and ecosystems, but the very fabric of human history and identity. From rising, from rising sea levels, endangering coastal heritage sites to extreme weather, damaging ancient structures, the risks are real. The project Preserving Legacies reframes resilience by centering local voices, cultural values-based and long-term sustainability. The message is clear. Heritage is not a passive casualty of climate change. It is an active agent of resilience. It carries the wisdom of generations, the ingenuity of traditional practices, and the power to unite communities in the face of adversity. And as we look ahead, let us ensure that cultural heritage is not sidelined in climate policy, but placed at its heart. Let us advocate for funding, research, and inclusion. Let us train the next generation of heritage professionals to be climate leaders. And speaking about sustainability and resilience and values interpretation, it is a privilege to speak to you today also about a subject that touched the very soul of our shared human experience. Sites associated with memories of recent conflicts. These are places marked not by triumph, but most part of them by trauma. Not by celebration, but by remembrance, and yet they are no less deserving of our attention, our care, and our recognition. ICOMOS has deepened its reflection on the complex challenges surrounding these sites. The aim is to clarify how such sites fit within existing heritage frameworks and influence policy development, as well as to explore alternative recognition pathways. In 2020, ICOMOS published the second discussion paper on sites associated. Oh, sorry, I don't know what it, I'm really sorry. I have the papers on top of the computer. Yeah, thank you. So as I was telling, in 2020, ICOMOS published the second discussion paper on sites associated with memories of recent conflicts. A bold, a necessary reflection on how such sites intersect with the values and framework of the World Heritage Convention and its operational guidelines. This paper does not offer easy answers. Instead, it invites us into a space of deep ethical inquiry and global dialogue. This paper builds upon earlier work and rejoins the growing interests among state parties in recognizing places marked by difficult, devised, and often painful histories. It outlines a question: can sites of recent conflict or ongoing conflicts, such as wars, genocides, or political repression, sites of pain, division, and unresolved memory, be considered for World Heritage recognition? The paper of ICOMOS explored this question with nuance and courage. It acknowledges that heritage is not static. It evolves with us, and sometimes it confronts us. These sites, whether battlefields, prisons, or memorials, carry complex layers of meaning. They may reflect national pride, collective grief, or contested narratives. They may be places of healing or of silence. But also broadens the scope of heritage discourse to include intangible dimensions such as memory, trauma, reconciliation, which are often central to sites of recent conflicts. The document explores whether such sites align with the convention proposed and scope, considering the evolving and often contested nature of memories associated with these places. The document emphasizes the need for careful evaluation and consultation, acknowledging potential conflicts with the concept of outstanding universal value. Can a site of suffering hold universal meaning? And what about integrity and authenticity? How do we define these in places shaped by trauma and transformation? We can consider that the second discussion paper on sites associated with memory develops 4 main themes as the evolving definition of heritage, the multiplication of values, ethical and legal considerations, and the risks and responsibilities. The paper acknowledged that heritage is not static. Sites of memory, even those associated with trauma, can hold profound cultural significance. These sites often carry national, local, and global meanings, which may be contested or mirrored across communities. We can have a large multiplicity of values. The paper also emphasized the need for a human right-based approach, ensuring that recognition does not perpetuate harm or exclusion. The paper also highlights the risks. These sites can be politicized. Their histories can be distorted. Their meanings can be manipulated, and yet to ignore them is to deny the very real histories that shape our present. ICOMOS does not propose a one-size-fits-all solution. Instead, it suggests that we may need alternative frameworks of recognition, ones that honor memory without forcing it into rigid categories. It points to initiatives like the UNESCO Memory of the World Programme and the International Coalition of Sites of Conscience as models for inclusive dialogical heritage practices. So what is our role as heritage professionals, scholars, and citizens? It is to listen, to engage, to advocate for heritage that is not only celebratory, but also reflective. A heritage that includes all voices, even those that challenge us. A heritage that fosters reconciliation and not erasure. So ICOMOS works emphasizes the importance of ethical considerations in heritage preservation, including the rights of affected communities, the politics of memory, and the role of heritage in healing and reconciliation. We believe that our efforts have had a tangible impact on international heritage policies, contributing to a more inclusive and responsible heritage system that acknowledge the significance of memory and conflict in shaping cultural sites. ICOMOS work on sites of memory and recent conflicts represents a vital step toward a more inclusive, ethical, and context-sensitive approach to heritage. By expanding the recognition scope, ICOMOS ensures that sites of memory are not excluded from global heritage conversations to their complexity or sensitivity. Heritage is not only what we choose to preserve, it's what we choose to confront. Through conceptual innovation and interpretation, policy engagement, and exploration of alternative recognition pathways, these initiatives help ensure that sites bearing witness to recent histories of conflict and trauma are acknowledged, protected, and integrated into global heritage frameworks. ICOMOS calls, in fact, for a continued reflection, dialogue, and possibly the development of alternative recognition frameworks for sites that may not fit traditional World Heritage criteria, but are nonetheless vital to collective memory and identity. Last week, ICOMOS and the UNESCO Center Category 2, the International Center for the Interpretation and Preservation of World Heritage Sites, known by WIPIC, we signed a memorandum of understanding for collaboration on joint activities relating to the interpretation and presentation of World Heritage Sites. Our goal is to cultivate innovative interpretation methods that resonate with diverse communities and reflect the dynamic nature of cultural heritage. We look forward to collaborating with WIPIC to develop inclusive, context-sensitive tools and methodologies that support more equitable heritage practices. Heritage must be inclusive of all narratives, even those that challenge us. Only then can it truly serve as foundation for peace and understanding. At ICOMOS, we advocate the highest spirit of consensus, inclusivity and fairness. Our vision and mission is to ensure that we convey the rich and relevant heritage left to us by our ancestors in all its authenticity and integrity to future generations, and we are all committed to this goal. For our members and International Scientific Committee, the document that oversees all these works that I'm presenting here to you and all the reflection that we do in ICOMOS, it's what we call the ICOMOS Triennial Scientific Plan. And this Triennial Scientific Plan, as the name indicates, is for 3 years, and we have nowadays the Triennial Scientific Plan for 2024 and 2027. Our Triennial Scientific Plan is not just a roadmap. It's a call to action, a declaration that heritage must not only be preserved, it must be protected, prepared, and empowered to withstand the forces that threaten it. The theme of this cycle is heritage resilient to disasters and conflicts, preparedness, response, and recovery. Could not be more timely. From the floods that wash away centuries of memory, to the fires that consume irreplaceable monuments, to landscapes, to the conflicts that fracture communities and erase histories, our heritage is under siege. And yet, in the face of these challenges, we find strength, we find purpose, and we find resilience. This plan urges us to move beyond reactive conservation. It calls for proactive strategies, for risk preparedness, for emergency responses, and for thoughtful recovery. It recognizes that heritage is not passive. It is active, alive, and deeply intertwined with the lives of those we steward it. ICOMOS envisions a future where heritage professionals are not only conservators, but they are the first responders in cultural crisis, where communities are not only beneficiaries, but partners in resilience, where scientific committees collaborate across borders to share knowledge, tools, and hope. The ICOMOS Triennial Scientific Plan also reinforces the importance of interdisciplinarity engagement. We must work with climate scientists, urban planners, humanitarian agencies, and educators, because protecting heritage is not a niche endeavor, it's a global imperative. So let us also remember that resilience is not only structural, it is very much emotional. It is cultural, it is rooted in the stories we tell and the values we uphold. In times of disaster, conflicts, heritage become a source of healing, identity, and continuity. It reminds us who we are and why we must endure. As we embark on this triennial journey, ICOMOS invites all of us, national committees, scientific committees, institutions, and individual members, to contribute, to innovate, and to lead. Let us build capacity where it is needed the most. Let us advocate for heritage in policy and planning. Let us ensure that no site, no story, and no community is left behind. And in closing, I would like to leave you with one more thought. Heritage is not only what we inherit, it is what we choose to protect, especially in times of uncertainty. Let us choose wisely, let us act boldly, let us preserve not only the past, but the promise for a resilient future. Thank you very much for your warm welcome here today and for the opportunity to contribute to this meaningful event. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to our first keynote speaker, Ms. Teresa Patricio. Thank you. 非常谢谢我们第一位主讲人。
好，我们刚才非常谢谢我们那个 President。
Thank you, Ms. Patricio, for your excellent presentation. You talked about the functions and the works and the recent efforts and projects and programs of ICOMOS. Thank you for sharing such valuable insights. The second keynote speaker in the morning would be Professor Wu, Ping-Shen Wu. I will now give a brief introduction. He is now a professor at the Department of Architecture, National Cheng Kung University. He is also an associate vice president and director of the university's museum at National Cheng Kung University. His research focuses on East Asian colonial architecture, modern architectural history, settlement studies, and heritage conservation. He is also an on-site co-investigator for the UNESCO World Heritage Documentation Project in Antigua, Guatemala, 2007 to 2008. And he actually has convened a number of regeneration, preservation, and maintenance projects regarding cultural heritage and historic sites at home here in Taiwan. The topic of his presentation today will be integration and adaptation, rethinking the trajectory of cultural heritage preservation and international engagement in Taiwan. Now, without further ado, let's welcome him to the podium. Director General Chen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my tremendous honor to be able to join you today for this year's forum. The topic of my speech today is rethinking the trajectory of cultural heritage preservation and international engagement in Taiwan. I will be focusing on Taiwan's efforts and important projects over the past 20 years, especially in terms of cultural landscapes. And we will also be looking into how Taiwan is responding to the rising importance of climate change and its impact. I will also be talking about Taiwan's efforts in expanding its international network, international collaboration projects. I will also offer my personal perspectives on these matters as well.
好，那我大概会在几个。
To begin with, I would like to perhaps draw on other cases or examples in overseas locations. We are all familiar with the city of Venice. Venice, over the past decades, had seen the drastic impacts of climate change. The city is facing serious flooding issues caused by high tides. As a city full of historic sites, it has come up with response measures. For example, the MOSC project began in 1984. It is a large-scale engineering system designed to protect Venice, Italy from flooding caused by high tides. It uses movable barriers at the lagoon's inlets to temporarily block seawater, and the project helps safeguard Venice's historic buildings and cultural heritage from water damage. Interestingly, Venice is also the location of the world's most famous architectural biennale. Taiwan participates in this biennale on an annual basis. So in 2025, Taiwan's curatorial team proposed multiple architectural examples and paradigm shifts. Under the rapid development of technology and urbanization in Taiwan, the pursuit of efficiency has become a contemporary belief. However, the curatorial team, in the face of global instability, proposes that the architecture can be effectively used to establish stronger, more open, and more accountable mechanisms. And we set up our Taiwan Pavilion at the Palazzo della Prigioni. In the pavilion, we showcased proposals from 17 different teams as listed in the slides. Their projects were related to, for example, cultural landscapes, urban landscapes, as well as natural landscape. One important topic that is an overarching theme that can be observed in all of these projects in the Taiwanese pavilion is climate justice, which echoes with Venice's current situation, which is the need to safeguard its cultural heritage against the impacts of climate change. Taiwan is facing similar issues as well. And climate change and climate justice or injustice are two of the most talked about topics at the Venice Biennale. Professor Lane runs a lab that looks at the temperature increases in different parts of Taiwan. He is also a professor at my university. Here is the temperature distribution maps of northern, central, and southern Taiwan. As you could see, there has been a remarkable increase in temperatures in different parts of Taiwan. And what does that have to do with the environment which we rely on for survival? What does that mean for the residents in different parts of Taiwan? Taiwan's heat island effect over the past 5 years has become more and more severe, and there's no sign of slowing down. In Taipei City, which most of you are familiar with, most areas with higher temperatures are located in the mountain regions and the older town centers. For example, the Wanhua district, while areas with lower vulnerability are mostly distributed in the central districts with high income levels. What this means is that those, for example, living in Wanhua areas or in the remote areas that have relatively low environmental burden or footprints, but at the same time, they face higher risks of extreme high temperatures. This highlights the phenomenon of environmental injustice. And this also applies to cultural heritage. Cultural heritage, although they're not humans, they don't speak for themselves. They also face cultural injustice as well. The climate change and the rising global temperatures disproportionately affect certain cultural heritage located in certain geographic areas. Back in July, a few months ago, I wonder if you still remember the typhoon made a landfall in Taiwan on July 6th in the southern part of Taiwan. The Nankunshan Temple archway was destroyed overnight as the typhoon made a landfall in the area. And it collapsed due to the strong winds brought by a typhoon, which also brought along with it serious flooding. And the roofs of the traditional settlements were destroyed, and some were partially or completely demolished. And this has never been seen before. The scale and magnitude of the damage had never been observed in this particular area in Taiwan before. And this is the issue that we all face today: extreme weather patterns and unpredictable weather instability affecting geographic locations that were safe from such natural disasters before. And this can be observed in different places around the world. So these sort of challenges have become quite universal. So resilience, adaptation, and adaptive reuse have become the key words for cultural heritage management and development today. And this is something that we all face collectively, that we all need to address collectively within the cultural heritage community. And beginning in 2005, the Taiwan's Cultural Heritage Act was amended and finally published. And over the years, Taiwan standards have become more and more aligned with the international standards. In the early stage of Taiwan's Cultural Heritage Preservation Act, although the term natural cultural heritage existed, its meaning was vague, focusing primarily on the preservation of natural landscapes, and it was more like a mindset of a freeze frame, focusing on individual historic sites, representing a spot-focused approach. And this has caused several cultural landscapes to face the risk of disappearing due to a lack of legal backing. So this was happening at the early stage of Taiwan's development of cultural heritage landscape. And of course, over the years, changes had happened, and the act underwent significant revisions, separating cultural from natural landscapes and granting them legal status. And if you would look at the website of the Cultural Heritage Bureau's website, the registered cultural heritage here in Taiwan has amounted to a total of 77 different sites. And the Alishan Cultural Heritage and Cultural Landscape is one of the 77 sites. And this is an embodiment of the paradigm shifts in Taiwan's legal system, meaning that we're not just looking at individual sites, we're looking at the site along with a series of sites or the entire cultural and natural landscape. However, 20 years down the road, 20 years after the launch of the Act, of the Cultural Heritage Preservation Act, have we caught up? Let's look at the Taiwan Sugar Corporation's Hualien Sugar Refinery cultural landscape as an example. It is a huge site, including the premises of the refinery plant and the adjacent land areas. And there's also other examples, the Wusantou Reservoir, which is connected to the Jianan irrigation waterway system that spans across different cities and counties. And this is a expansive project that was hard for heritage managers to imagine in the early days. So in addition to, for example, the reservoir and the waterway, there are also the production settlements and the different reservoirs, smaller ponds, and the different irrigation canals. How do we respond to the need and the necessity of managing cultural landscapes of this sort of magnitude. And the Tainan Park is just one example. It is complicated because of its governance, has to do with different government agencies. It has to do with park management, park management, and urban management. And if you would look at the Alishan forestry and railway cultural landscape, it is even more complicated. It has to do with humanities, cultural, natural landscapes, and the local settlements. And the Matsu wartime cultural landscape is another example of a cultural landscape that is closely related to people's livelihood, the local communities, spanning across four different neighborhoods and settlements. So now, after the designation of so many different cultural landscapes, quote unquote, is it just a nominal change? The change of renaming of cultural sites into cultural landscapes, or are we asking the right questions? Has the legal system, has our management approaches caught up? Are we able to manage such landscapes, keeping in mind the environmental changes, the societal economic changes, and the climate change overall when we look at the cultural sites as an individual case, as a single spot, it might be manageable. But when we look at cultural landscapes, it spans across different systems, geographically, economically, and socially. How do we even go about managing such an expansive system 20 years down the road? So there are two different challenges I would like to propose. The challenges of systematic integration and the challenges of cross-regional governance. I think whether you're an expert or you're a government agency, managers, we need to recognize the fact that there's the difference, the challenges of systematic integration, cross-regional governance, meaning that the site or the landscape is governed or falls within the jurisdiction of different governmental agencies. There's also the budget allocation issues, and there's also the subsequent maintenance, repair, upkeep, and the management for sustainable development of the site. So now I would like to give you another example. The Jianan irrigation waterway, during its designation stage, we conducted a series of researches. We looked at its main water channels, its branch water channels, and the irrigation, the land that corresponds to the smaller irrigation waterways. We had to make some very practical decisions and considerations as we continue to talk about the fact that the cultural landscape encompasses all the different elements, cultural, economic, social, and natural. And then we are faced with the climate change challenges. We need to have a different approach. We need to look at the new normal. The norm is this: extreme weathers. It's becoming our daily reality. Every day we hear about an upcoming typhoon. Every day we hear about record-breaking torrential rainfall. And this is our daily reality. And this causes a lot of inconveniences and damages to people's properties. But people rarely think about what preventive measures are we taking, knowing that these sort of weather patterns are going to become a daily occurrence or reoccurrence.
So disasters today usually happen on a mass level. So how do we deal with these kind of issues, especially when it involves the preservation of cultural heritage? And so in the past, 20 years ago, be it in the EU or in Taiwan, people tried to respond to the challenges brought about by climate change. And the basic measures would be monitoring, adaptation, and mitigation. In terms of monitoring, 20 years down the road, what have we done in terms of adaptation? How about in terms of mitigation? How do we respond to climate change? Even though this began very early on overseas, however, 20 years down the road, this is something that we're still facing. So this was data from 20 years ago, and 20 years later, there may be new challenges. The World Heritage Center also raised the point that we need to pay attention to the atmosphere and also humidity because many disasters may be caused as a result. And Taiwan also faces another special challenge, and that is earthquake. So it's not just about humidity, it's not just about floods. And also in terms of temperature change, that may cause different materials to change in nature. And rising sea levels is something that people already understand. Winds, this is something that we experienced very recently. How winds may challenge traditional architecture, and how can traditional architecture adapt and also deal with these changes. Desertification is another issue that may impact Taiwan. The climate as well as pollution are issues often seen in Taiwan because we live in a highly humid environment. And so the materials that we use for building may be impacted as well. And these are issues that we need to, or these are issues we need to pay attention to. But are we monitoring these issues? So this was raised from 20 years ago, some of the inspiration from the World Heritage Center. And so this is something for us to really think about. And in 2022, UNESCO, at the 50th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention, they came up with some key words, including resilience, humanities, and innovation. World Heritage are forces that support resilience and innovation and also humanities. This is something that goes without a doubt. And through cultural heritages, we need to think about how to adapt. And the process of adaptation is called resilience. And of course, cultural heritage carries a rich culture, and also one of its important values is identity or a sense of recognition. So this is something that we need to preserve. These are tangible and intangible values. And if we think about the essence of resilience, some of the keywords that we just mentioned are the essence. So here at the bottom, we see that the resilience of cultural heritage should be multi-scalar, transdisciplinary, and dynamically evolving. And of course, there needs to be local community participation and also local knowledge in terms of crisis adaptation. So this is something that is very important when it comes to preservation of cultural heritage. And of course, there needs to be adaptation and also coordination. And in terms of international response to climate change, there was the Blue Shield project and also the Noah's Ark project. Those are projects that deal with how cultural heritages can deal with external challenges, including war or climate change. The Noah's Ark project dates back 20 years ago, and it focuses mostly on climate change impacting heritage materials. And this was established by several countries and led by Italy. Many countries were involved in the project. And this project targeted cultural heritage in the EU. So this is the content of the project. As you can see, scientific research is in outdoor, indoor, and it studies materials and structure. It hopes to come up with a map to look at the damage. And so the purpose has to do with monitoring and managing potential areas. So we see that temperature, relative humidity, rainfall, gases, wind. So these are the different aspects that the project focused on. And for Taiwan, many of our cultural heritage used wood or brick or even metal. So there was a similar project in the past highlighting the importance of long-time monitoring or surveillance. And Taiwan at the time also did something similar more than a decade ago in 2011. And back then, Professor Xu Mingfu and I were involved in similar projects so that we came up with a climate risk map for Taiwan and also the offshore islands. And we invited the principal investigator of the Noah's Ark project, and we invited them to come to Taiwan for a workshop to focus on if we were to develop a climate risk map, what it would look like. So this is something that we did in 2013. That is to say, back then, Taiwan did do things to respond to climate change by coming up with a monitoring plan. And the workshop was held in Tainan. So we discussed heritages such as the Confucius Temple, and the materials used were bricks and also wood for this heritage site. The program was targeted at long-term preservation rather than dealing with one-off disasters. So when it comes to monitoring, it is about long-term monitoring. As you can see, these are tools dating back from 10 years ago. So they're quite popular today, and we used GIS methods to produce a cultural heritage map and also a climate map. So we would come up with different materials that may be impacted by climate change or climate disasters. So this is the outcome. I will not go into details. I just wanted to talk about the process. And then so what we came up with was something like this. This is used for monitoring. In the interest of time, I will jump through some of the slides. Over a decade ago, Taiwan's cultural heritage began to establish initial connections with the international community. And in the past 20 years, in terms of cross or interdisciplinary governance, what is our relationship with the international community? Aside from joining activities under ICOMOS, what is our substantial participation? What are the possibilities? Let me get a sip of water. 20 years ago, Taiwan was also involved in the international community, including donating $700,000 to Antigua for them to do repair. And they were impacted by floods and also earthquakes back then. So it wanted to be restored and become a museum. And because Taiwan was a diplomatic ally to Guatemala at the time, so we were able to go specifically to the site to work there because of our diplomatic ties. These were the two sites, Capuchinas and also Sorwana Convent. They were meant to be restored to become a museum. And you can see here the working process. Mostly it was the architects that designed the work, and we also were involved from Taiwan's side to provide some of our input. Especially, we share some of our experience restoring sites at home. And we can see that this was what happened back then. And you can see all of the process on the website. And this is the convent. So the Owana convent turned into an Easter museum. So for people that don't come here on Easter can also see how it is celebrated. And you can see on the website how the museum was restored. Some parts were damaged because of the earthquake, and we were also involved in the repair work. And years later in Antigua, through ICOM, IUCN, and ICOMOS, there was the World Heritage Leadership Program that selected Antigua as a dynamic heritage and thought about which dimensions were threatened. In the past, we focused on singular point restoration. However, Antigua is a living city. And so starting 2011, they were assisted by the United Nations and also went through a self-examination to think about what it is that they could do more. So we saw that the research team was a university and also a commission or a committee. And in the process, we saw that the city of Antigua is not just about a Spanish cultural remnants. It also included the coffee farms and also the craftsmanship in the city. So it's a huge system. And so people thought about whether the governance model needed to be improved and whether they could extend their value, the study of risks and also the involvement of communities were also important. So Antigua as a dynamic cultural heritage, actually they learned that they need to, in terms of regulatory or legal regulations and also cross-domain governance, disaster resilience, and also community participation. Those were the dimensions they needed to focus on, to work on. Coming to Taiwan in 2025, as we heard in the opening, there are many, as we heard previously, there are many projects that are ongoing, including 3-year scientific projects. So moving forward in 2025, these are the things that Taiwan can do. And whether we can have concrete conversations in the global community is also important as well. And in terms of cross-domain governance, we need to think about whether we have the experience or to have the ability to participate substantially 20 years down the road is something to think about as well. For the Bureau of Cultural Heritage and also for the Disaster Prevention Tech Center and also for St. Carlos University, we're thinking whether there can be opportunities for collaboration. And we hear that there's more budget this year focusing on digital health, environmental protection, and also resilience. So on the cultural level, aside from participating in different organizations and doing research work, we're also pushing for different channels so that Taiwan can share its experience effectively and also to the relevant stakeholders. So this is something that I would like to bring up 20 years later for Taiwan. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
吴炳生副教授的分享。Thank you very much to Professor Lin-Shen Wu of National Cheng Kung University. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we take a 10-minute break from here. We'll be back by 11:20. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. 各位贵宾，我们稍微休息一下10分钟，等一下11:20呢，我们请各位贵宾准时回到会场。谢谢。 Okay, everyone, please take your seats. We are ready to begin our next talk. 各位贵宾，请您紧速就座，我们下一场要正式开始了，谢谢。Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For our next talk, our speaker has a lot of experiences with different World Heritage Advisory bodies, such as ICOMOS, IUCN, and also ICROM. And next, he's going to walk us through nominations, custodianship, and rights of World Heritage Cultural Landscapes. 那么接下来下一位主讲人呢，和不同的世界遗产咨询的组织都有非常密切的合作关系哦，像是 ICOMOS 啦、国际自然保护联盟 IUCN 或者是 ICROM 文化遗产保存研究中心。那接下来呢，他要跟我们畅谈的主题是世界遗产中的文化景观提名、管理以及权利。Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming your speaker, Steve Brown, Adjunct Professor, University of Canberra, Australia. 让我们掌声欢迎主讲人，澳洲坎培拉大学兼任教授，同时呢，也是 ICOMOS IFLA 的前主席，国际自然保护联盟的成员。
你好，感谢邀请。Good morning, distinguished guests and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you to Director Chen of the Bureau of Cultural Heritage for the introduction. It is a great honour to be in this session with Professor Wu and President of ICOMOS International, Professor Patricio. I acknowledge that I live and work on the unceded lands, waters and skies of the Ngunnawal, Ngambri and Gundungurra Indigenous nations. I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I sincerely thank the Bureau of Cultural Heritage, Ministry of Culture for the invitation to attend and speak at this event and for hosting my visit. My presentation will be in three parts. First, my experience as the lead author of the Budgebim Cultural Landscape World Heritage Nomination Dossier. Second, my experience of other World Heritage cultural landscapes where I have worked. And third, I conclude with reflections on these experiences. In the presentation, I also draw on ideas and case examples published in the Routledge Handbook of Cultural Landscape Practice, edited by myself and Carrie Gotchius. The volume comprises 544 pages and 52 chapters by 63 authors. It includes a case study of a Longan cultural landscape, Taiwan, by Professor Wang of the National Taipei University, who I acknowledge is in the audience today. Thank you for this fascinating contribution. I begin with a short introduction to the World Heritage System. The slide shows the key components of a World Heritage nomination. These are identification of the nominated property, description of the nominated property, justification for inscription, which is a focus of this presentation, state of conservation and factors affecting the property, and protection and management system. The terms listed here are central to the work of World Heritage. Values, why is the place important? Attributes, what things need to be protected and conserved to maintain the place's values? criteria, categories used to assess if a place has cultural value, and threshold, levels or degrees of significance required to achieve heritage listing, for example, local, state or territory, national or world significance. Significance is the overall combination and interactions between the different values of a heritage place. In the World Heritage System, outstanding universal value has equivalence with significance as defined here. On the 6th of July 2019, Budgebim Cultural Landscape became the 20th property and the first Indigenous-led nomination in Australia to be inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List purely for its Aboriginal cultural significance. When I watched the live stream of the inscription of at the 43rd session of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee meeting in Baku, Republic of Azerbaijan, I cried tears of happiness. It was an incredible moment. In the slide, Gunditj Mara elder Uncle Dennis Rose is speaking. He said, "For us to get to this stage has been a long journey. I'd like to acknowledge our Gunditj Mara ancestors who have led the way for us. We know they are still here with us and their ingenuity still shows in the aquaculture systems that are still operational to this day." The Budgebim Cultural Landscape, located in the traditional country of the Gunditj Mara in southeastern Australia, consists of 3 serial components containing one of the world's most extensive and oldest aquaculture systems, dating back at least 6,600 years. The area's volcanic lava flows provide the basis for the complex system of channels, weirs and dams developed by the Gunditj Mara to trap, store and harvest kuyang or short-finned eel. The highly productive aquaculture system provided an economic and social base for Gunditj Mara society for more than 6,000 years. The journey to World Heritage inscription was a long one. Gunditj Mara traditional custodians first raised the idea of World Heritage listing in 1989. At that time, it was recognised that considerable work was needed, including the documentation of the aquaculture system through mapping and recording, as well as assembling community knowledge, stories and experience. A nomination would also require the support of non-Indigenous communities, as well as local, state and national governments. Finally, the property would require an effective management system and one that was Indigenous-led and controlled through an effective customary governance regime. Budgebim Cultural Landscape was inscribed on the World Heritage Tentative List in January 2017. Work that supported the preparation of the tentative list submission included, first, various projects undertaken by the Gunditj Mara Indigenous custodians. This work began with the return of ownership of the Lake Honda Mission in 1988. In the period from 2003 to 2017, the Gunditj Mara established Indigenous protected areas. In 2007, 1,400 square kilometres of country or lands was returned to Gunditj Mara. In 2010, the construction of a cultural weir enabled water flows to be returned to the Tairak Kilara water catchments and the consequent renewal and sharing of Gunditj Mara cultural traditions and knowledge. Ownership, along with rights and obligations to country, saw a resurgence and flourishing of creative expression through art, craft, including weaving and possum skin cloak making, dance, song and sculpture, that reinforced Gunditj Mara's spirituality and connection to country. Second, Budgebim Cultural Landscape was added to Australia's National Heritage List in 2004. The listing was a good starting point for exploring outstanding universal value and the relevant World Heritage criteria, as well as the potential boundaries of a World Heritage listing. Third, a 2-day expert workshop was held on Gunditj Mara country in June 2013 to commence the process of developing a comparative assessment. The comparative assessment, which situated Budgebim in a regional and global context, provided a strong argument for the potential OUV of the place. There was one other big factor that led to tentative listing, and that was politics. This image shows Gunditjmara custodians presenting an aquaculture channel to the Prime Minister of Australia, the Premier of Victoria, and the federal and state ministers for the environment and heritage. The Gunditjmara lobbied to have these high-ranking public officials visit the Budgebim cultural landscape in 2015, when their endeavours to seek World Heritage tentative listing were being continually blocked by bureaucrats in the Australian Public Service. The tour led to the public servants being directed by the Prime Minister of Australia to facilitate the nomination in a timely manner. Sometimes you need to go to the top to get things done. Once drafted, the tentative list text was subject to peer review by 3 experts in Indigenous heritage and archaeology. I want to emphasise that the early work to support the tentative listing laid a strong foundation for preparing the nomination dossier. In fact, it was vital. The nomination dossier was prepared over a period of 5 months, from August 2017 to January 2018. I was invited to prepare the nomination by the Victorian Government and Gunditjmara. Given the preparation time of 5 months was relatively short, I negotiated to have a project manager, Chris Johnston, who had 30 years of experience in working with the Gunditjmara. The nomination dossier is 228 pages in length with 182 images and 17 maps. The dossier received positive feedback from the World Heritage Advisory bodies for being relatively short, well-written and illustrated. The dossier was prepared by many people, including 11 Gunditjmara, a lead author and 3 contributing authors, 3 technical experts, a project manager, 2 GIS map makers, an overall editor and a graphic designer. A nomination advisory group of 11 members, including state and national government representatives, managed the nomination preparation process. In total, 25 people directly contributed to the assembling and preparing of the nomination dossier. In my view, it was a great group of people with an appropriate range of knowledge, skills and experience. My roles were to collate information, draft the text, manage feedback and ensure the deadline for completion was met. The outstanding universal value can be stated simply. Budgebim cultural landscape contains one of the world's most extensive and oldest aquaculture systems. The attributes that support outstanding universal value are Gunditjmara cultural knowledge, experience and practices with the combined physical features of landscape, geological and ecological systems, eels in particular, and the modified water system including ponds, weirs and channels. I will now share my experiences on each of these 4 matters. First, the challenge of applying the UNESCO World Heritage Convention in cross-cultural contexts. Integrating Indigenous worldviews into Western frames of heritage is a challenge. When the UNESCO World Heritage Convention was adopted in 1972 at the 17th General Conference of UNESCO, it entrenched a Western construct of heritage in general and in the criteria for determining outstanding universal value in particular. At the time, little consideration was given to Indigenous and other worldviews and cosmologies. Consequently, the UNESCO World Heritage Convention entrenches a Western construct of heritage into all global cultures. This is evidenced in Western binaries or dualisms, for example, nature and culture, evident in the World Heritage criteria that separate cultural and natural sites, tangible and intangible, traditional ecological knowledge and Western science, human and non-human. Cultural landscape is a World Heritage category that can assist in bridging dualisms. For example, applying criteria 3 and 5 together can support cross-cultural integration. Because cultural landscapes embody the idea of combined works of nature and humanity, they can bridge nature-culture dualism to support concepts of wholeness and connectivity of Indigenous and local places. An Indigenous worldview is characterised by a deep interconnectedness between people, the natural world and the spiritual realm, emphasising relationships, community and respect for the land. It is often described as holistic, relational and spiritual, with a strong emphasis on the past, present and future as interconnected. This image illustrates how, starting on the left, there is an Indigenous worldview that is holistic, connected, relational and spiritual. That is, all the threads are interwoven and represent an entangled social ecological system. The middle part of the figure shows how in Western worldviews the different threads are seen as separate. In terms of the World Heritage Convention, this means separating cultural and natural in justifying outstanding universal value, having different meanings and justifications for integrity and authenticity, and separating protection and management approaches in safeguarding heritage properties. Finally, as the right part of the figure represents, the separate threads that make up the parts of the World Heritage nomination must rejoin or be absorbed or integrated into Indigenous worldviews and on-the-ground practices of caring for country. The Budgebim Cultural Landscape nomination was Indigenous-led. What did that mean? For me, this means working to respect the rights and responsibilities of Indigenous communities in ways that align with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This includes ensuring rights to free, prior and informed consent. Indigenous-led can be summarised by the phrase, work with us, not for us. An aspiration for World Heritage designation was a long-term objective of the Gunditjmara. They drove the process to recognise Budgebim Cultural Landscape on Australia's National Heritage List in 2004 and on the World Heritage Tentative List in 2017. Gunditjmara applied traditional ecological knowledge and customary governance alongside science in a process of two-way knowledge, listening and learning. That is, tradition and science with innovation. The images in the lower left of the slide show archaeologists and community members excavating an aquaculture channel in 2010. Radiocarbon dating showed that the oldest channel was at least 6,600 years old. Elder Uncle Dennis Rose said that was a clincher or decisive piece of evidence for the World Heritage nomination. While being evidence of two-way learning, it also showed how Western science, that is radiocarbon dates, became privileged over Indigenous deep time knowledge in the nomination and evaluation process. A statement of outstanding value is a summary of no more than 2 pages that provides a brief synthesis or overview of the property, justification for one or more World Heritage criteria, justification for meeting the conditions of authenticity and integrity, and a concise outline of the protection and management system. In my view, a statement of outstanding universal value is strongest when it applies a storying or narrative approach and uses plain and simple language. Imagine you're at a dinner party and someone asks you why a heritage place has outstanding importance. Are they really interested or are they just being polite? I think it is important to respond in a concise, plain language sentence. If they are interested in your pithy and engaging response, then they might ask more about how such a listing is justifiable and important in local, national and or global terms. A statement of outstanding value should do the same, as I hope is evident in the concise points made in this slide. Language is important. Australia is a country with a long history of colonialism and subjugation of Indigenous peoples and ongoing racism towards them. Consequently, many English words and terms used to describe Aboriginal people have racist and derogatory meanings. When I began work with the Gunditjmara, Uncle Dennis Rose made it very clear that the nomination was not to use the phrase hunters and gatherers, because of the offensive and discriminatory ways it had been applied to the Gunditjmara for over 200 years. He said, partly in jest and partly being serious, that if I did so, it would mean be giving a traditional punishment, which was a spear put through the leg. The same applied to such words and phrases common in anthropology, history and archaeology, such as civilised, primitive, Stone Age and prehistory. I learned from the Gunditjmara to never use them when referring to Australian or any Indigenous peoples. The Budgebim nomination uses farmers and engineers to deliberately challenge offensive Western categorisations. The Gunditjmara also reject phrases like rejuvenating culture because their experience is that culture is dynamic, it changes, and it does not need to return to some idealised pre-European invasion construction. Finally, stakeholder is a problematic word in many ways, but especially when an Indigenous or local community are the rights holders. Beyond the application of rights-based approaches, the long road to World Heritage listing for Budgebim cultural landscape benefited from kindness, generosity, and the positive intentions and aspirations of all involved. The 6 intentions listed on the slide draw on a framework of positive reflection and practice, an approach developed by Kirsten Latham and Brenda Cowan in their 2024 edited volume, Flourishing in Museums Towards a Positive Museology. Latham and Cowan argue that the framework, or abundance-oriented methods, can meaningfully contribute to the many challenges of heritage work. Applying a positive practice, I believe, provides a powerful basis upon which Indigenous communities can gain political and legal recognition as stewards of their cultural heritage at home and afar. Gunditjmara elder Uncle Dennis Rose said that the World Heritage Listing had 3 main benefits. First, recognition of Gunditjmara achievements on a global scale. Global recognition has considerable benefits for Indigenous World Heritage properties and their rights holder communities. For Gunditjmara, the opportunities to travel to conferences, meetings and to other World Heritage sites allows them to share their experiences and learn from the practices of others. Equally, participation in global activities can strengthen efforts to recognise and implement local rights and responsibilities within Australia. A second benefit is increased protection for the site. World Heritage Listing brings with it responsibilities to protect and manage cultural heritage in Australia. And in Australia, for example, the heritage system generally protects places rather than the cultures and rights holders that created those places. Because Gunditjmara knowledge and decision-making is an attribute in the World Heritage System, the Australian Government bears responsibilities to enable Gunditjmara culture to be supported. A third benefit is the potential tourism boost. The Budgebim Tourism Master Plan recognises opportunities to continue to increase the capacity of the Gunditjmara to manage tourism and thereby increase local community employment and well-being. To these benefits, I would add that World Heritage Listing of the Budgebim cultural landscape is a planetary good in times of severe climate change, biodiversity loss, environmental pollution, and artificial intelligence, social media mis- and disinformation. These wicked problems can be all pervasive in modern life in the Anthropocene, and the international recognition of Gunditjmara culture and caring for their country is a torch in what can otherwise feel like a dark world. I now turn to a second Australian Indigenous property, the Murujuga cultural landscape, which was inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List on the 11th of July 2025. Belinda Churnside, the Deputy Chair of the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation Board, said in the moments after the inscription, "It was a privilege to be nominated to speak on the world stage in Mangalama language on behalf of Murujuga and our people." The outstanding universal value of the Murujuga cultural landscape is demonstrated by at least 50,000 years of Ngana Ngali using and caring for the land and seascape. At the core of the nomination is Aboriginal knowledge, agency and decision-making. The customary governance system is an attribute central to the outstanding universal value of the property. To paraphrase the words of Amy Stevens, the Heritage Research Manager at Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation, not only is customary governance a critical attribute in and of itself, but an intangible aspect that gives meaning to a tangible list of attributes, such as rock markings and stone structures, that makes the property as a whole extraordinary. In a practical sense, that recognition comes with a cascading series of requirements to formalise the role of traditional custodians in the management of the property. This is not something that is done as a matter of course in Australian legislation. That is, decision-making and self-determination is not automatically embedded in management frameworks or Indigenous protection legislation in Australia. The listing of Murujuga as World Heritage is a great achievement for Australia beyond in that sense, and for advancing the global agenda on rights-based approaches in the work of heritage. In contrast to the Australian situation, the Jinkiandri Lu Krai cultural landscape in India is cooperatively managed, with Indigenous Khasi Jantia communities responsible for the management of the entirety of the nominated property. The property is inscribed on India's tentative list. It is in the state of Meghalaya, which borders Bangladesh. The region is home to 3 autonomous communities, Khasi, Jantia and Garo, notable for their traditional political, land ownership and matriarchal social systems. Each of the 3 groups is governed by an autonomous district council. Meghalaya is mountainous with deep valleys and highland plateaus. It is one of the wettest regions on the planet and receives an average of 12 metres of rainfall a year, 12 metres. Bridges are essential for connecting people, places and resources. The living root bridges, of which there are over 130, are an environmentally sustainable practice and embody the ingenuity and resilience of local communities. The bridges typically begin as a bamboo structure, as shown on the top left photo, over which the roots of a fig tree, Ficus elastica, are trained, nurtured and maintained in the lower left photo. The process of crafting and creating a living root bridge is generational. That is, it takes place over 2 to 3 generations. The images on this slide show one of the community meetings that I attended. I was fortunate to visit Meghalaya along with Elder Uncle Dennis Rose from Budgebim Cultural Landscape, and Wayan Mustra and Giri Prayoga from the Subak Rice Terraces Cultural Landscape of Bali, Indonesia. It was a great honour for me to share in the cross-cultural conversations among these Indigenous peoples of India, Australia and Indonesia. Community participation is complex for the Living Root Bridges nomination because it involves 42 separate village regions and a population of almost 40,000 people. The overall protection, management and monitoring framework operates within a hybrid model in which the customary governance system operates alongside the laws and regulations of the government of Meghalaya and the nation state of India. The cultural landscape is entirely owned by Indigenous Khasi and Jantia community members and managed through a cooperative management arrangement between the traditional Khasi Jantia owners, the traditional Dorbar or village level governance system, and a Khasi Jantia community-based cooperative federation. Therefore, the rights and obligations with the traditional roles and responsibilities of the Indigenous Khasi Jantia community underpin the overall protection, management and monitoring system. It is an incredible privilege to work with Indigenous and local communities on the nominating of and caring for World Heritage Places. I acknowledge all those Indigenous people who have so generously shared parts of their cultural knowledge with me and truly inspired me, in me, a hope for a better world. In March 2016, I visited Taiwan as part of the China University of Technology's World Heritage Lecture Program, coordinated by Professor Director Yen. On that occasion, I spoke on international trends in the theory and conservation of cultural landscapes. Many of the points I made then are relevant now, although there have also been considerable advances as well as challenges. For example, undertaking a World Heritage nomination process can be beneficial for the heritage place and its associated Indigenous and local communities, regardless of the outcome. Elder Uncle Dennis Rose said to me, as we awaited the World Heritage evaluation process for Budgebim Cultural Landscape, that if it did not get inscribed on the World Heritage List, it would be disappointing, but nonetheless, the process would still have been worthwhile. This was because the process had been important in building relationships and securing partnerships, finding common ground for the community, raising the public profile of Indigenous culture, and obtaining resources to support the care and safeguarding of the landscape. My next reflection concerns the increasingly powerful work to implement rights-based approaches. Indigenous-led and community-led World Heritage nominations are a way of giving real control of heritage places to their owners and custodians. I hope this has been clearly communicated in the cases of Budgebim, Murujuga and Jinkiang Dri. These are positive examples of implementing rights-based approaches and the benefits and challenges that this work brings. Nevertheless, I suggest there is a need to stay alert to a situation to which Swedish political scientist Ulf Mårtenstam applies the phrase organised hypocrisy. That is, the situation in domestic national politics where international human rights conventions are adopted, but actually implementation can be minimal. This can be seen, for example, where Australian government efforts to support World Heritage listing for Murujuga have been commendable, yet actually enabling Indigenous rights to self-determination in national legislation is limited. My final reflection, though I could make many more, concerns making everyday heritage universal. There is a fascinating challenge in transforming what is everyday heritage to an Indigenous or local community by ascribing World Heritage status and importance to all humanity. An example of this is the living root bridges. These structures continue to be part of the everyday lives of Khasi and Jantia Indigenous communities in India. They are continually used, maintained and replaced as part of the ordinary and daily practices of working and socialising. It is therefore a strange situation when the everyday is made extraordinary through ascribing outstanding universal value. To my mind, it creates a tension between global recognition and the continuing local rights and responsibilities of Indigenous and local communities. World Heritage needs to be able to support and not intervene in customary government's rights as a responsible way of protecting, managing and caring for listed properties. Indigenous-led and community-led means active participation in all stages of World Heritage processes and the necessity of ensuring free, prior and informed consent, and for the Indigenous or local community to hold power and ultimate decision-making. Thank you for listening to me, and I look forward to the panel discussion. Xie xie.
Thank you very much, Professor Steve Brown. Would you please remain on the stage and join us for the panel? Thank you very much. Yes. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the panel discussion, and we'd like to welcome our moderator and also speakers, panel speakers, to back to the stage and join us for the panel. 那接下来呢，我们专题讨论的时间，我们要邀请我们的主持人以及我们刚才的3位。好，我们有请我们的这个老师跟语坛人讲者到台上来。We'd like to welcome our moderator and also all the speakers, panel speakers, to join us on the stage. To join us for the panel, we have Professor Yaning Yan, Department of Architecture, China University of Technology, and also Professor Guangji Hong, Department of Geography and Environmental Resources, National Taiwan University. 好，那接下来把时间再交给我们的主持人局长。
各位贵宾、各位先进人，那我们刚才
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard 3 excellent presentations this morning. And now we would like to begin with this morning's panel discussion. Joining us today are Professor Yan. He is from the Department of Architecture, China University of Technology. He has a PhD in architectural history. He has been teaching architectural history at the Department of Architecture, as well as ethics and practices related to cultural heritage 20 years ago. He specializes in risk management and mitigation and public participation in cultural heritage preservation projects. And he also participates in research projects sponsored by European Union. Since 2013, he has been involved with CIPA as I believe that he is the vice chair of a committee. And he is the chairperson of the Cultural Heritage Preservation Association here in Taiwan. He will be joining us today for the discussion, and I will invite him to speak first. I will now give it to Alex Yan. Distinguished Chair, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen.
To take, but it's okay. You can listen. Everything is fine for you. 我本身呢，好，就是刚刚Teresa。
I am a member of the CIPA, and I am also the vice president of ICOP, disaster risk management and mitigation. I'm also involved with the climate action working group. I'm an active member of the group. And the Preservation Legacy Project that Teresa talked about, that's scattered around the world, and I am also the convener of that project here in Shenzhen, Taiwan. This is an overview of the World Heritage Sites around the world as of 2025. And for 2026, the meeting in Busan, we will be discussing the list of nominations at the 48th session in 2026. There are 2 new columns that I have highlighted here. You may be wondering why. One is the column for cultural landscape. 5 of them are within this category. And there's component parts. This new column, there's 30 of the 37 proposed sites. There's many of them that have more than one component sites. Why is this important? As the 2 speakers, the speakers in the morning talked about authenticity and integrity. Integrity refers to the wholeness, the entirety of the site or the landscape. When you talk about the value, I think the buzzword here is integration. I know that we have talked about the international trend. Steve Brown also talked about the merger of cultural and natural, tangible and intangible, this cross-domain approach, and the heritage impact assessment, HIA, and living heritage. And the cultural landscape really encompasses the different aspects as shown by the diagram. And there's also another trend, which is filling the gaps, which is highlighted here. Prior to 2019, the operational guideline listed the cultural landscape in Annex 3, highlighting its importance, but it was only listed in Annex 3. So in 2021, the World Heritage Committee revised the operational guidelines, and the definition and types of cultural heritages or cultural landscapes were incorporated into the main text, and the awareness has been raised. And cultural landscapes shifted from a special category to a standard classification. As of 2025, there are 135 cultural landscapes inscribed on the World Heritage List. The NARA document on authenticity has proposed different guidelines, and there's NARA plus 10, NARA plus 20, we're all very familiar with. There is a discussion of the East meets West, of the Northern and the Southern hemispheres. The goal is to fill the gaps. I think Steve put it very well, meaning the balance with local knowledge, local communities, indigenous knowledge, whether it's a semantic framework, whether it's the knowledge framework, we need to have a new look on these issues as we face many, many different paradigm shifts. And in the operational guideline, 139 to 133, it is mentioned that serial properties consist of 2 or more components, and each component must demonstrate connectivity, contributing to outstanding universal value and shared management and maintenance mechanisms. And I believe that this really applies to the Alishan case. The Alishan forestry, railway, and landscape meets the definition of serial properties as listed here. So what exactly is NARA plus 30, which is the Kuma Declaration? It is proposed by the Hoshikono, the former president of ICOMOS. Gunma is a very important location of the industrialization and the modernization of the Meiji Industrial Revolution. So the Tomioka silk mill and related heritage sites were inscribed in 2014. However, it was just 4 core heritage sites selected from over 1,200 related assets or sites in the same area. So the former president proposed the idea of heritage ecosystem. So hoping that new relationships can be formed through site linkages and connections between individuals, communities, and nature. And then in this year's World Heritage Convention, there's also a mention of the authenticity from the African perspectives. Some even mentioned reinterpreting the meaning of authenticity from a Middle Eastern or Arabian perspective, meaning to expand the conceptual framework of authenticity, emphasizing respect and inclusion of cultural diversity. Judgment of authenticity should respect cultural differences. Cultural heritage protection must be closely integrated with local communities. For example, WIPIC signed an MOU with ICOMOS. This is yet another important milestone. In the future, World Heritage Value Assessments will place greater emphasis on cultural diversity, regional knowledge, and the importance of local interpretation, meaning looking at it from a more of a Southern Hemisphere perspective, a non-Western-centric perspective. And then the next triennial plan, this current plan is really focused on heritage under threat from disasters and conflict, preparedness and learning from 60 years of ICOMOS actions. And 2024 and 2027 Triennial Scientific Plan's title is Disaster and Conflict Resilience, Heritage, Integrity, Adaptation, and Recovery. This really highlights the importance to reassess the impact of conflicts and disasters, to explore response strategies to these impacts, and to become prepared through national and scientific perspectives. So ICOP is getting ready, and there's 3 or 4 professors that are joining the working groups, professors in Taiwan. And in 2027, we will be publishing our outcomes. We can make our contributions. We don't need to just passively participate. We can make very active contribution. So I would like to extend my warmest welcome and invitation to you all. Please join us. And also, preserving legacy team will be coming to my school to host a seminar, and this is supported by the Bureau of Cultural Heritage, and many different experts will be coming to share their perspectives. And here is a QR code that you can scan to sign up for this conference. So please do join us. Thank you, Professor Yan, for sharing your insights and sharing some of the latest information about the upcoming meetings here in Taiwan. And thank you for giving us an overview of the trends, of the global trends. Now I would like to also turn the program over to Professor Hong, an associate professor from the National Taiwan University. He has a PhD in science history from Harvard University, and he specializes in exploring and examining the relationship between industries and social-economic relationships. And he has published over 2-3 dozens of papers and theses on forestry and heritage preservation. Now I would like to turn the program over to Professor Hong.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I was quite surprised to see so many images related to the Alishan Forest Railway. I didn't realize how center it plays to this conference. I'd like to share a few points from the perspective of Forestry and Nature Conservation Agency. We haven't looked at what Alishan really looks like, so I thought I would use one slide to give you an idea. This was Alishan 100 years ago. So this was done by a well-known artist in Jiayi, Chen Chengpo, in 1935, called Spring of Alishan. So 1935 was maybe after 20 to 30 years after the Alishan Railway was inaugurated. And you don't see the railway in the painting, but you can see here in the front, there is the train station, and then there is Tatashan, and then also the Jade Mountains. So from a historical point of view, actually, there are many of you that are more experienced and well-versed than I am. And I think this image goes to show, after the railway was built, how was it able to change the landscape of Alishan? Can we dim the lights on the stage so we can look closer? Could we please dim the lights on the stage? Thank you. As you can see, the artist Chen Chengpo, when he was coming up with the structure of the painting, if you divide it into two parts, and if you look at the right-hand side compared to the left-hand side, do you see that the forests are actually different? To the right, you see the same height in terms of the trees. And to the left, you see that there are diverse kind of trees, and under the higher trees, there are smaller trees. So this goes to show how, in the process of the Alishan Railway being built, how people's approach has changed when it comes to managing forestry. And to the right, after the railway was inaugurated to better use the forestry resources, back then there would be machinery that were employed to log the wood and then to build Liushan, which was a very popular kind of tree for the Japanese, the Japanese cedar. And then we see that this was a way to deal with the natural forests. So by removing the natural trees and then replacing it with something of higher economic value was the norm back then. But in 1930, there was a huge shift because of the railway in Alishan, so people started trying a different type of forestry methods. And to the left, we see a kind of natural regeneration. And you can see that certain trees that have collapsed or that are not suited or maybe unsuitable for that region may be removed using machinery. And then certain trees would be left in the forest so that they could rejuvenate the forest. So to the left, you can see that there are trees that seem quite old. They have been preserved. And underneath, you see that there are hinoki seedlings. So if we look at, or cypress seedlings. And so when we talk about forestry resources, we know that the railway is a very important infrastructure. And that infrastructure creates a different kind of landscape for the forestry business. So when we think about cultural assets or when we think about nature versus humanities, I would say that they are quite closely related. So in Chen Chenpo's painting back in 1935, it feels like Alishan has very high trees, but I think all of you can see that the station is an artificial structure put in place. But actually, the forest behind it is not natural. I would say that it was gradually using scientific methods in forestry to build or established. So I really like this painting because when I speak about Alishan in many different occasions, I would use it to illustrate my point. This is a kind of cultural landscape, or when we think about what cultural assets are, this is a very important way or perspective. What the landscape that we see is like very much like the forest. It's a combination of nature and also nurture. So you see that they're closely related to each other. That is the first point I would like to make. And if we think about the forest railway, the Alishan Railway, what is important is the infrastructure along the way. However, from the forestry perspective, we need to also think about how these infrastructure were established. So when it comes to management, the forest may belong to the Jiayi office, while the infrastructure maybe belongs to the Alishan Forest Railway and Cultural Heritage Office. But they are actually closely related. So that's the point, the first point I'd like to make. And secondly, through this cultural asset, we are able to connect the dots. This is something else that I would like to bring up. I'm not sure why this conference chose this venue, but actually this is a very important region. If you go out the back door, it is Jinhua Street, and there is actually an old building that is just nearby. And that is actually the old dormitory for the Director General of the Forestry Bureau in the past. So I would say that Jinhua Street, you see many dormitories for the officials of the Forestry Bureau. And why is this important? Because for the Alishan Railway, starting from the Japanese occupation period, actually the railway was managed by the Asset Bureau. And because there is logging involved, so they have many staff. And when they work in the mountains, it's actually very difficult work, and they need insurance, they need subsidies. And where does the funding come from? There are co-ops that are established so that they can offer more funding to these workers. And through logging, they're able to generate an income to build these dormitories under the Forestry Bureau. So we see these old dormitories from the past. They were actually kind of like co-ops between employees, including the building right across the street. So what I like to say is that the railway itself, the locomotive, the trains are important. However, to support the railway, there needs to be more work involved, and there needs to be more organization. So when we think about Alishan Railway, people won't think about Jinhua Street. However, if you go outside the building to look at the old buildings, then you will get an idea, and then you'll be able to see that these buildings are also a part of the Alishan Railway. So this is something I would like to share with you.
So the forestry and the railway itself is very important, but the people who worked for the forestry industry, the workers, the loggers, and the government workers that manage these forest areas were both important, were all important as well. Thank you. We would like to thank Professor Hong for sharing his insights. I know that we are running over time, and it's time to break for lunch. We have heard 3 excellent presentations in the morning, so I would like to open the floor up for questions. We will take no more than 3 questions. Please feel free to approach our speakers in the morning if you would like to raise more questions or interact with them during lunch break. But for now, due to time constraints, we only have time for 3 questions, as long as they're related to the topics, designated topics for discussion today. Are there any questions? Questions, anyone? If there are no questions from the audience, I know that some of us are still suffering from jet lags. I would propose that perhaps we move on to the lunch break. There will be more opportunities for you to interact with the speakers in the afternoon. There will be more break times, and can I say a few words before we wrap up? For all the ICOMOS members, please come to the front during a lunch break. Let's have a good photo with Steve and have a good photo with Patricia, with Teresa, Patricia. Let's please stand and join us for a group photo. Thank you.
好，各位贵宾，接下来呢就是我们午餐休息的时间了。我们场外备有餐盒，请各位贵宾呢领取。然后呢，我们会场内不得用餐哦，所以要请各位贵宾拿了餐盒之后呢，移驾到9楼901到904的会议室都可以用餐。那我们要请各位贵宾呢，拿了午餐的餐盒之后，移驾到9楼901到904的会议室可以用餐哦。我们会场内是不能用餐的，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to have a lunch break. We have lunch boxes ready outside. Please help yourself, take one, and go to the nice floor to have lunch, because no drinks or food is allowed in this conference hall. Thank you very much. For our speakers and also distinguished foreign guests, Okay, everybody, please take your seats for session 2. Thank you very much. 各位贵宾，请您就座了。我们下午场第2场次呢，即将正式开始了。谢谢。Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you all have enjoyed your lunch. We're now in session 2. 非常欢迎各位贵宾呢继续回到我们论坛的现场哦。接下来呢，我们进入到场次2。那我们场次2要聚焦的题目呢是共创与再生文化遗产的多元动能以及创意赋能。For this session, we are going to have a look at co-creation and regeneration. Pluralistic dynamics and creative empowerment in cultural heritage. To begin this session, ladies and gentlemen, let's firstly welcome your moderator to the stage. 那这个场次呢，我们首先邀请场次的主持人到台上为我们开场，让我们掌声欢迎交通部观光署黄和庭副署长，掌声欢迎。Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director, Deputy Director General He Ting Huang, Tourism Administration, Ministry of Transportation and Communications to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and those of you joining us online. Welcome back to the forum. We will now proceed with session 2. After the morning's discussion on value interpretation and international trends in cultural landscapes, now we're moving on to talk about diverse and creative empowerment in cultural heritage. The local communities often play an instrumental role in the co-creation and new regeneration of cultural heritage sites. And from the tourism administration's perspective, and based on our recent survey of local and international tourists, we have discovered that the recent trend is slow travel and slow food. To be able to experience the local cultural and historic characteristics and the entire cultural and natural context in an in-depth manner. And to that end, many local organizations and companies and local government agencies are sparing no efforts in promoting the local heritage sites or landscapes through community empowerment and collaboration. This morning, the minister said that culture is the soul of tourism, and tourism serves as the stage or platform for showcasing culture. And this afternoon, we will look at how tourism combined with cultural heritage can become a major driver for local community empowerment and regeneration of suburban and urban areas. This afternoon, we have a stellar lineup of speakers. The first speaker will be Michael Riley. He is the Secretary General of Welshpool and Lanfair Light Railway UK. He will talk about collaboration as the key to regeneration and sustainability, using the case of Welshpool and Lanfair Light Railway. In fact, Mr. Riley was also instrumental in establishing the sister railway relationship between the Alishan Forestry Railway in Taiwan and the Welshpool and Lanfair Light Railway in the UK, promoting vehicle leasing arrangements and cross-cultural exchanges between the two heritage railways. So today, he will be talking about the Welshpool and Lanfair Light Railway as a case study for collaboration for the regeneration and sustainability of cultural heritage. Now, let's turn the program over to Mr. Riley.
Director General Chen, Deputy Director General Huang, fellow speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I must express my grateful thanks to the Bureau of Cultural Heritage and the Forestry and Nature Conservation Agency for inviting me to be a speaker at this conference and for their generosity and hospitality. It's always a pleasure for me to be in Taiwan, a country that I regard as my second home, and an especial pleasure and privilege to be here at this conference, surrounded by so many friends. Some years ago, as Deputy Director General Huang said, I was privileged and honoured to be the British representative here in Taiwan. That culminated a lifetime in the British diplomatic service, and experience of that taught me the value and benefit of global cooperation. I know it's not very fashionable among some of today's world leaders, but I have seen the benefits. And that's obviously the case in some of the major transnational issues we face. We heard this morning about climate change and its impact on cultural heritage. It's obviously the case in things like tackling cybercrime. But the importance of cooperation may not be so obvious in an area like cultural heritage. But I believe that here too, there's actually much we have in common and much that we can learn from one another. In the 19th century, the United Kingdom was known as the workshop of the world. Today, we're a largely post-industrial society, but our industrial past is evident in our landscape and in our cultural heritage. Today, there are 33 UNESCO World Heritage Sites in the UK, and of these, 10 of them are specific aspects of our industrial heritage. I see a similar pattern emerging in Taiwan. 60 years ago or thereabout, or in the last 60 years or so, Taiwan has transformed itself from being a predominantly agricultural society into today's high-tech powerhouse. Taiwan's future and its current prosperity may be based on semiconductors, but the sugar production, forestry, mining are all helped make Taiwan what it is today. And it's important to recognize that. While the details of our heritage may be different, the challenges we face are often similar, and so by cooperating, we can preserve more effectively our cultural heritage for future generations. Now, I recognise that this may seem rather an odd thing for somebody from a small heritage railway in Wales to be saying, so allow me to start with some history. The Welsh Pool and Llanfair Railway originally opened in 1903 under what we called a light railway order. This basically allowed it to be built to much lower standards than conventional railways in the UK, which in turn made it cheaper to build. In this, it was actually not unlike the pushcar lines or tramways, or taicha as they're known here in Taiwan, from roughly the same period. And like Taiwan's pushcart lines, it carried a variety of produce, mainly agricultural, general goods, but it was never profitable. It went through various ownerships as railways in the United Kingdom were reorganized, before finally in 1956 closing after 53 years. But its closure coincided with a period in the UK in which pretty much for the first time people were starting to feel nostalgic about their past, wanting to preserve a lot of their recent past, and also had the resources, the capabilities to do so. And the upshot of this was a campaign to try to reopen the railway, to keep it going as an aspect of our cultural heritage. It wasn't straightforward. A society was formed in 1956. Eventually, 4 years later, it became a limited company. And after 7 years of efforts, eventually the railway was reopened as a tourist or heritage railway. But it means that it's now been running as by the preservation company for longer than it was run by all the previous owners. As I put on the slide here, there were four broad reasons for this success, if you like. First of all, sustainable management strategies. Secondly, a successful process, if you like, of cooperation between paid staff and volunteer staff, effective marketing, and importantly, cooperation with other railways in both the UK and overseas. And I'd like to say a little bit more about each of these in turn. The company, as I said, we were originally established as a special form of company, but for the last 30 years or so, as well as being a company, it's also been a charitable organization, or as Americans would say, a not-for-profit. This means that any surplus revenue that's generated goes back into the company. No dividends are paid, there are no shareholders. In practice, however, and in common with, I think, all heritage railways, and indeed probably almost all railways in the world outside North America, we don't make a profit in the conventional accounting sense. We do aim to ensure that we cover our running costs and as much as possible of our capital expenditure. But revenue from passenger fares alone is nowhere near sufficient for this. So we rely heavily on revenue from ancillary services, shops, and a cafe. We do get some grants from government, both national and local government, but always only for specific projects. We get no recurring finance from government. We do get some modest investment income and, importantly, donations from supporters. And all of this, we're probably like most non-government heritage organisations in the United Kingdom. And again, like them, we rely heavily on volunteer labour. Without volunteer workers, we simply would not be viable. And I'll say a bit more about this shortly. As a charity, we're required to have a charitable objective, which has to be approved by the government's regulator of charities. It's not too onerous an objective. It's stated here in the top bullet on this slide. It's simply to preserve the railway for the pleasure of future generations. Now, that may not sound particularly ambitious, but to try to put it in perspective, here in Taiwan, at one time, there were roughly 4,000 kilometres of narrow gauge railway in use in the country. Today, barely 100 kilometres remains. So that's an awful lot of Taiwan's industrial cultural heritage that has simply disappeared. As another example, in the UK, we've had lots of ambitious plans for preserving railways or indeed other heritage, which simply have failed because they were too ambitious. And particularly since the COVID pandemic, we've seen others fail or struggle financially. Sustainability, therefore, is key if we're actually going to succeed in an objective like this. Don't be overambitious, but make sure that you can do what you set out to do. The second bullet here is simply taken from our current business plan, and essentially it sets out or summarises our main current objectives. But the next three bullets I've put out here set out the main challenges that we currently face. I don't think any of them are unique to us, certainly not in Europe. I think most European heritage organisations, heritage railways, face the same issues, and I'll say a bit more about each of them in turn. But first, let me say something very briefly about our structure. I said that we're run by volunteers, or we rely on volunteers. We, in fact, are volunteer-owned and essentially volunteer-run. The structure is not unlike that of many government organisations. We have a board of trustees, all of whom are volunteers, all of whom are accountable to the members of the company, not shareholders, members, each of whom has a vote to elect directors. So, like, say, politicians, the directors set out the overall strategy and direction of the company. and then there is a core group of paid staff responsible for implementing the strategy. So the positions in red on this slide are paid staff. The blue is where we basically rely on paid outside expertise. All the other positions are voluntary positions. Now, this is unusual in the UK, but the basic principle is fairly common. Since the late 1960s, there's been a steady growth, at least until the last 5 years, there was a steady growth in the number of heritage railways and indeed heritage operations, largely thanks to a growing supply of volunteers. This was largely a consequence of what we call the baby boom generation, the people born in the 15 or so years after the end of the Second World War, which was the first generation where they had both sufficient leisure time. This was the start of the 2-day weekend in the UK, but also the income, sufficient income with which to start enjoying their leisure. And for 60 odd years, this seemed to be growing in a steady fashion. But then since the COVID pandemic, the number of volunteers generally has gone into reverse. Most organizations that have come to rely on them have seen the numbers fall, and many, like us, have seen the average age of the volunteers who do remain increase. So we're getting ever more reliant on aging volunteers. A key attraction of heritage railways was long thought to be the steam locomotives. That was what passengers came to see. That was what volunteers liked to be involved with. But their repair and maintenance are getting ever more expensive. The necessary skills to keep them in working order are harder to find. But this is manageable, we think. A bigger challenge comes from global efforts to reduce carbon emissions, for which the UK government is actively sort of trying to be involved. So in the 19th century, the UK was the biggest coal producer in the world. We still have extensive coal resources, but we just have one single coal mine of any significance left, and all the coal for heritage railways has to be imported. And in the medium term, we can't even be certain of the availability of imported coal. So we're having to take a long, hard look at our business model. Now, prior to COVID, this was very straightforward. We had more volunteers coming in, so the business model simply worked on the basis, run more trains, it'll bring in more revenue, and that will create more money to then reinvest in the railway. Now we've got fewer volunteers and coal supplies are in doubt, so we're having to look at alternatives. Now, we're not alone in this. The challenges are common, but cooperation with others is getting more and more important if we're going to find ways of overcoming them. This basically just reiterates what I've said about the volunteers, but you see there the proportions. We have roughly 220 volunteers, only 6 permanent part-time staff. But to put that in some perspective, when the railway first restarted, we had just 1 paid member of staff. Because the regulatory environment is getting ever more demanding, because customer expectations are also getting ever higher, having a core paid staff who can ensure standards are maintained, ensure stability, provide direction and leadership to the volunteer workforce is actually more important than ever. We still try to do everything we can in-house. We contract out only if we don't have the capability or the resources to do it. But the reality is we are contracting out more than ever before. All of which means that generating sufficient income is getting ever more important, particularly with fewer operating days, fewer trains, and fewer volunteers. That means if it's going to work, we've got to increase the yield per passenger. Traditionally, our 2 most profitable events have been what we call Santa specials, which run up to Christmas, when trains run over only a short section of track, but all the children on the train get the chance to meet Father Christmas and receive a present from him. This traffic for years has been our biggest money earner, and each year we were adding more trains to meet demand. It seemed to be sort of a permanent cash cow, if you like. This year, for the first time, we've seen a fall in the numbers. We don't yet know whether this is just because of the economic situation or whether this is a start of a longer-term trend. As consumer tastes change, we have to look for something different. The other big money spinner is our traditional gala in September, aimed mainly at railway enthusiasts. But we're having to supplement these two core activities with more and more special events to raise that extra revenue. One of the successes we're finding is that I said older people with more leisure time and more income. So the traditional business model was families coming for a day out. We're finding increasingly that actually, say, an older couple without children want to come and spend a day on the train, but they want to ride in greater comfort. They want to have a cup of tea, an afternoon tea on the train, and they'll pay a lot more for that. So we can provide more comfortable trains at considerably higher charge, generates more revenue for us. As I say here, in the last 4 years, we started running first class, which was problematic with some of our volunteers who denounced us for being elitist, but in financial terms has been extremely successful. Now, quite simply, apart from volunteers, the railway would not exist today without the help of other railways and other organisations. When it reopened in 1963, there'd been no passenger services for 30 years. So first of all, they had to find passenger carriages. 1 year after reopening, flooding caused major damage to a bridge. So in those early years, we got help from the British military. The Navy ran a railway at one of its sites. We got some carriages from there. The Army came in to repair the bridge for us. Critically and importantly, a couple of years later, a railway in Austria, the Zillertalbahn, gave to us very generously some old carriages surplus to their needs. Those carriages remain in service today. So they've actually been in service with us for as long as they were in service almost in Austria. They've been rebuilt since, but they are still very old, some of the oldest carriages in regular use anywhere. And the Zillertalbahn also helped us find an additional locomotive. So thanks very much to this outside support in the 1960s and 1970s, we were able to turn what was a very precarious operation to begin with into a stable and relatively successful operation. That led, I think it's fair to say, to some complacency within the railway. There was a feeling we didn't need to rely on other organisations, we could do everything ourselves. But then over time, things have changed again. The reality is that our original locomotives and the carriages we use are all more than 100 years old. So we're always having to look for newer carriages, newer locomotives, just to keep trains in service. There are very few railways in the UK at the same gauge, so we have long been having to look abroad. More than 20 years ago, we bought our first Taiwanese locomotive from Taiwan Sugar Corporation. At the time, that was a straightforward commercial transaction. Taiwan Sugar was closing its sugar mills, so it had surplus locomotives. We needed one. It was a commercial deal that suited both sides. But as the challenges of running a heritage railway have grown, so the benefits of cooperating with others just make more and more sense. I mentioned the tremendous help we got from the Zillertalbahn. We recently hired a steam locomotive from them, so that relationship remains strong. We have close links with other railways in Austria and Slovakia. With them, we exchange views on a regular basis on things like where to get coal, as that gets harder to find, boiler regulations, which seem to differ from every European country to one another, driver training, everyday practical items like this. But it's with Taiwan that our links have really developed. In 2017, we signed a sister railway agreement with the Alishan Forest Railway. Initially, we saw it as a marketing opportunity. There were growing numbers of Taiwanese tourists coming to the UK. We thought, if there's great awareness in Taiwan of this link, more will come and visit the railway. But then the next year, we were approached by Thai Sugar asking, would we sign a relationship with them, which we were delighted to do, and that led to us lending one of our steam locomotives to Thai Sugar for their Sugar Cultural Festival, which was a great success and fantastic for raising our profile, and very grateful to Thai Sugar for the warm cooperation we had from them. Thank you. That was followed by discussions with the Alishan Forest Railway about perhaps a locomotive exchange with them. It was agreed in 2019, or they very generously agreed in 2019, that they would lend us on a long-term loan basis one of their locomotives. Unfortunately, the pandemic then intervened, global shipping rates went through the roof, and there were various delays. But last year, we were delighted to inaugurate into service with us an Alishan Forest Railway locomotive. When we signed that first sister railway agreement, there were initial doubts on our side, certainly, as to whether a link with a railway on the other side of the world could work. In practice, it's proved to be our strongest tie. It's a very close relationship, and I think continuing to grow. Yeah. Now, does any of this matter? Some people may be asking. Well, the link has certainly raised Taiwan's profile in the UK and ours in Taiwan. The inauguration of DL34 was attended in the UK by politicians from our national parliament, from the Welsh Assembly, and from local government. We regularly get visitors coming to the railway specifically asking to see DL34, including visitors who've come all the way from Taiwan. And the links motivated some of our volunteers too, who are fascinated to see this locomotive and are keen to see it in regular service. In fact, I'm delighted to say that we've now signed our very first Taiwanese resident in the UK as a member, as a direct result of having DL34 on the line. So it's worked very well for us, and I would like to think it's helped Taiwan by raising the profile of Taiwan in the UK. I would conclude with an anecdote, which is when Heritage Railways started in the UK, going back sort of 60 years or so, including the Welsh Bull and Llanfair, they were often seen just as a plaything for older men, sort of no more than a gentleman's hobby. But in the aftermath of COVID, we were forced to limit our operations to just one half of our line. And that led to the mayor of the town at the other end of the line complaining to us that the absence of train services into his town was damaging the town's economy, because the town had got so used to visitors to the railway coming through, stopping in the town to spend money in the shops, in the cafes, maybe stay overnight in the hotels. The reality is that today, heritage railways around the world are big business. Especially so in the UK, I think increasingly here in Taiwan too. But they also have an important role to play in repurposing industrial heritage, whether that's surplus or redundant sugar mills. They also have an important role to play in promoting local cultures, such as the Alishan Forest Railway and Cultural Heritage Office is doing in the indigenous areas around Alishan. The challenges they face are big too, and we will be better able to handle them by working together, learning from one another, and sharing our skills and our experience. Thank you.
感谢我们 Michael
Thank you, Michael, for sharing your insights with us. Michael was the director of the British office here in Taiwan. I would like to thank him for his tremendous contribution. Now, let's turn our attention back to Taiwan from the UK. The second speaker in the afternoon will be Mr. Huang, the Director and CEO and Chief Sustainability Officer of Lion Travel. Taiwan is well known for combining tourism with national festivals. For example, the Lantern Festival in spring and the Railway Festival in summer, particularly between April and July. The Railway Festival here in Taiwan has been attracting droves of tourists. And in autumn, we have different festivals, and then we have Hot Spring Festival, and we have different types of festivals for different seasons that are deeply connected with a variety of local communities. And they attract numerous domestic and international tourists. Taiwan is home to numerous forest railways and sugar refinery railways. And what is even more important is the Fushan carriage, which has been constructed using the Japanese cypress hinoki wood, reminiscent of the bygone days of the actual carriage, passenger carriages that used to carry passengers during the Japanese colonial period. And it has proven to be a great success, attracting international and local tourists as well, boosting the local economy, empowering the local communities. Next year, in 2026, the Taiwan Lantern Festival will be held in Chiayi, the city that lies at the foot of the Ali Mountain. So we are hoping to combine the different activities. Visitors will come and attend the lantern festivals. Then they can move on to take the forest railway to the top of the mountain to view the famous Ali Mountain sunrise. So we are really looking forward to work with local tourist travel agencies, such as the Lion Travel, to come up with new experiences that are culturally diverse and engaging, showcasing the local characteristics of Taiwan. The next speaker, Mr. Huang, the director and CEO of Lion Travel, is a veteran of the tourist industry here in Taiwan. He's been working in the field for over 40 years. He specializes in sustainable and green travel that are supported and connected with the local communities. He will talk about train travels from industrial heritage to a new culture-based journey, while taking into consideration the ecological impacts of the travel. So how does one balance the two? We will turn it over to Mr. Huang.
First of all, I'd like to thank Director General Chen and also Deputy Director General Huang of the Tourism Administration. I'm very excited to be here. So what you're seeing on the photo is actually the train that you'll be taking 2 days later. So this is all built from cypress or hinoki. And the train is very different from the past. So my topic today is the time express that transcends different tracks from industrial heritage to a new journey in culture. So when we talk about the traveling being a stage for a culture, so that is something that I like to bring together. So if you look at this photo here, I'm sure many of you from Taiwan see things that are similar. For example, you see Fenqi Lake, and you see Shizi Road, and you see Erwanping. So these paths you see are actually how the railway goes through Alishan. So this is a very important picture. And you can see that in 1900, during the Japanese occupation period, the Japanese started to excavate Alishan. And in 1912, the tracks ran to Erwanping right here. And you can see that there was a settlement. And in 1920, logging in Alishan became quite prevalent. And at the time, it was to harvest Taiwan cypress. And at the time, logging in Taiwan was quite popular, and Taiwan had the best humidity. And so in Taiwan, Taiwan red cypress and Taiwan hinoki were both harvested. This is a very important image as well. It shows that from 1900 until 2005, how Alishan has transformed. And we can see the development of Alishan's railway. It became a spiral railway. And if you pass Jiaoliping, if you look at Pingzhen, this destination is actually a newly opened tunnel. And Alishan, because of the earthquake and also because of typhoons, the tunnel collapsed and it restarted in July of last year. So I'm sure you saw in the media how the Alishan Railway was inaugurated. And in February 2024, the Forestry Administration had an information session for an open bid. And we were quite shocked to hear this. I've been in the tourism industry for 41 years. And I've been to Alishan maybe 100 or 200 times. I know the area very well. And because of the Alishan Railway planning to reopen, we saw how businesses could work with the government to shape a unique tourism experience. And you can see that the Alishan Railway used to be a way of transport carrying lumber. That is to say, it used to be a vehicle for the lumber business. And after the Japanese left Taiwan, it became a means of transportation in tourism. And that started back in 1945. I wasn't born then, so I don't know how things were at the time. But you can probably imagine how the Alishan Railway, the trains went quite slow. And because of the narrow gauge railway, so it had to go slowly. So Fenqihu used to be a stop for the train, and people would have lunch boxes there. That's why Fenqihu lunch boxes are so well known, because it became a hub and it also became a destination. And a lot of travelers were quite curious about Fenqihu. And the Alishan Railway was a means of transportation, from carrying lumber to carrying people. It used to be a means of transportation. However, in 2024, when the trains were rebuilt by the Forestry and Nature Conservation Agency, the Alishan Railway became a destination in itself. That is to say, in the past, the Alishan Forest Railway used to be a means. However, it now has become the end, because it has become the protagonist. That is to say, in the past, people just used the train as a means to travel. However, now the train itself has become the final destination for many travelers or tourists. And Alishan is actually, is indeed very beautiful. From 30 meters up until 2,500 meters along the railway, you can travel from tropical to subtropical to a colder area. So for travelers, for tourists, that is a very unique experience. And there are 4 types of trains. There's the general train, there's the Vivid Express, and there's the Fusen Express that is built using hinoki. And next year, there is going to be the Senli Express. So for Alishan, because of its railway, it has become a destination that belongs to a class of its own. However, along the way, there has been many challenges, not only brought about by typhoons, but actually there is an expressway that was opened on Alishan. So from the bottom of the mountain, it only takes about 2 hours to drive up to the top of the mountain. So I have to say that Alishan Railway was heavily impacted because most people would drive up the mountain. And that combined with the natural disasters, the train could only stop at Fenqihu. However, with the hard work of the Forestry and Nature Conservation Agency, the Alishan train has become a destination in itself, becoming a new travel experience. So just as we heard, by traveling by train is more environmentally friendly and there's less carbon emission. It's also become a very important landscape. In 1982, after the Alishan Alishan roads was inaugurated, the train was seriously impacted. And let's now look at the Vivid Express. So the design concept actually comes from a special bird in the region. And this is a bird that welcomes guests. So the color of the bird is very, very vivid. The rufous-backed robin. So using the rufous-backed robin to design the trains was a very unique attraction to the consumers because they felt like they could travel up the mountain along with this robin. And the seating in the trains the number of the seats in the trains were reduced in the Vivid Express. And you can see that there is plenty of room, very spacious, while the seats face the windows. And there are large windows so that you can see the landscape along the way, because the forest is the most beautiful attraction. And so the color of the train is the color of the rufous-backed robin. So even though there are not as many seats as traditional carts, it's actually a great upgrade in terms of comfort level. So it's all about tourism rather than being a means of transportation. So it's not just the carts that are beautiful, it's well equipped as well. I'm not here to introduce trains, but rather I would like to share with you that when you want to travel from Beimen to Alishan, we need to think about how can people make a profit off of trains. Because if the train stops only between two destinations, it's only people at those two destinations that are able to generate an income. Therefore, we divided the route into 4 different routes. So 2 up and 3 coming down, so that we could connect the railway to the roads, to connect buses and coaches to trains. So you would take the bus into the fields, into the coffee farms after you arrive at a destination via train, so that the economic value of tourism is not just limited to the Alishan Railway alone. And that turned out to be a wonderful strategy. And because we divided the routes into different sectors or sections, we were able to carry more passengers, and we were able to generate an income for local residents. And many young people actually came back to Alishan to participate in the tourism industry. They would sell tea or coffee or run Airbnbs. And these are some of the companies that we worked with along the way. So there were new or young startups that started operating in the region, and the local community was developed as a result. And I think that is the greatest contribution of the Alishan Forest Railway. And the locals were able to preserve the destinations along the way. And these are some of the brands that were established locally. We worked with small farmers locally to provide some gifts that consumers could shop for, and also snacks, tea, and also coffee offered on the train. So from Jiayi to Alishan, from the low altitude to mid altitude to high altitude, we provided different kinds of experiences for consumers, so that you could see different things or get different experiences every time. And so when we divided the route into different segments, we were able to generate a better experience. So let's look at a video of the Formosensis.
好，各位准备好了没有？
Are you ready? Are you ready to get on the train? How many of you want to take the train? Raise your hand. Okay, everyone. Welcome. So it is very, very attractive. And we see that on the trains, we have many different frames. And those frames are actually digital frames. This morning, we heard about the painting by the artist Chen Chengpo. You could not tell that this is actually a digital frame. And this is actually Taiwanese technology that is used you may think that it's actually a real painting rather than a digital photo. So for tourists, actually, it's them going to a gallery while they're on the train. And we see that hinoki is used to build the train. And the design is quite simple. And however, what is the most amazing are the trees and the woods outside. And we have exclusive concierge service on the train. And every cart has a guide to offer services. So we see that in terms of food, accommodation, travel, shopping, and transportation, these are all of the areas brought about or that is positively affected by the Alishan Forest Railway. So it is actually a movable tourist destination. And we worked with many different agencies. I am running out of time, so I will go faster. We talked about going from Jiayi to Alishan, but we've also worked with Taiwan High-Speed Railway and Taiwan Railways, as well as a bus company. So if you want to travel from another destination to Jiayi, you can take the high-speed railway or the Taiwan Railways, or you could take the bus. So there is a seamless experience. Sometimes if you take some trains to a destination, you may not be able to travel to the next stop, and then you just look around. And so the experience itself is just riding on the train rather than really traveling. So we want to make the experience seamless so that every stop is connected to connect the dots. We also wanted to preserve local indigenous culture, so we worked with local youths so that tourists could get a glimpse of the beauty of culture in Alishan. We also worked with local restaurants. And there's also a musical performance that is put on. So you not only hear the birds chirping, you also hear orchestra music in the woods. So there is endless possibilities. We also have ecological guide tours or guided tours for people to look at the different plants in the mountains. And when the train stops, you can experience or taste tea. And a lot of people, they buy tea that is grown on Alishan as a gift. So we have friends from Australia, Switzerland, and also the UK here with us. Taiwan has great coffee and also tea. And if you want to look at the clouds, this is 2,000 meters in terms of altitude. There is also cherry blossoms. In terms of culture, this is something that you should also experience. So this kind of bird is everywhere on Alishan. It actually is able to roam around freely. And in 4 different seasons, there are different views on Alishan. Lastly, I like to share that what we're trying to do is called fernomics, which means we're working with scholars so that we could create a fern ecosystem. There are more than 170 types of ferns in Taiwan, in Alishan, and more than 700 ferns in Taiwan. However, people are not familiar with ferns right now. So we are working with local tribes and communities so that the locals, they can have better knowledge of ferns and become tour guides. We want for locals to introduce the ferns in the woods so that we can keep the local ferns locally and to hire locals as tour guides to introduce the ecology in their hometown. So that is our huge undertaking going forward, to go in depth in that regard. So the future is now. Some people will say that, oh, maybe later, maybe next time. However, I think we need to seize the opportunity. We are now shaping the future culture, so we need to start today. Thank you.
哇，真是太棒了！铁道呢不。
Thank you, Mr. Huang. Railways is a place for making memories, and it is also a conduit for passing on the ancestors' wisdoms and creating new memories with new generations. The railway tourism here in Taiwan is known for being a major driver for economic driver for boosting the local businesses, and while empowering the local community economically and socially. The Alishan Forest Railway is managed by the Alishan Forest Railway and Cultural Heritage Office. And this office has been putting on different exhibitions at the Taipei main train station. They have been hosting exhibitions featuring local specialties of Alishan, the railway of Alishan, and also the Zhou indigenous community culture that is part of the Alishan landscape here in town. And it's become really, really trendy for people to have their wedding, wedding photos taken, and their wedding vow exchange and ceremonies on the giant tree walking trail right on top of the Ali Mountain, Alishan. So the younger generations are showing more and more interest in returning to their hometown, returning to the Alishan communities because there's been an increase in employment opportunities. And the Alishan as the final travel tourist destination is also attracting different crowds nowadays because there is a wider variety of packages and wider variety of experiences at Alishan. Now, I would like to invite the next speaker, Pei Lin Cheng, the CEO of Justy Travel, a travel service agency based in Taiwan. She will talk about combining cultural heritage with indigenous cultural tourism in Taiwan, a case study of the Zhou tribe in Alishan. Now, let's welcome the speaker to the podium.
好，有点紧张哦，因为
Mr. Huang's talk is really a tough act to follow. I am quite nervous. I will try to do my best. I am the CEO of Justy Travel. We have been in existence for a short period of time. We have just renamed ourselves just last year. In fact, I believe that back in 2000 was the very first year that I went into the indigenous community of the Zhou tribe. It was at a time when the tribe suffered a lot of damages due to a typhoon. Do you still remember that when that typhoon made a landfall, many indigenous communities located in remote areas were devastated, although there were no real casualties reported by indigenous communities in the Ali Mountain. The entire road system was down. And I remember that it was about half a year after the typhoon's devastation that I finally made my way to the community for some field research. Like I said, I have been working with this community for over 15 years. But when I first arrived, that community was surviving on airdrops of food materials, of supplies by helicopters because the road system had not been repaired 3-4 years after the typhoon made a landfall in Taiwan. Back at the time, the community was well known for making aiyu jelly, from growing in fruit, and there's also the potential to develop tourism. So based on our discussion with community members, after I arrived, half a year after the typhoon caused major damage, I sat down and I discussed with members of the community. They expressed their desire to be involved in the indigenous tourism, indigenous culture-based tourism. And around 14 years ago, the Cultural Bureau of Jiayi County supported this idea of ours. So maybe I should rewind a little bit. When we first visited the community, many parts of the roads were still in dire need of repair. However, we began to take tourists into the community villages. We were using smaller buses, shuttle vans each time. It would be 10 to 20 people. And this was heavily subsidized by the government because the government had a program to revitalize the local economy after typhoon. And we, of course, chose what we believe to be a reasonable price point for our packages. So after all said and done, took about 20 groups, each group consisting of 20 people, into the community in the depth, in the remote corners of the mountain. And we received very mixed reviews. Some of those who participated in our tours said that it was too dangerous, the roads were not even repaired, it was too bumpy, and the ride wasn't comfortable. Some people truly enjoyed it because it showed them a different aspect of what tourism can look like. So after we completed this government subsidized project, I came up with the idea of specializing in indigenous culture-based travel. So maybe the indigenous community members would be able to drive these vans to pick up the travelers, the tourists, and they would then go to the train station or the high-speed rail station or just the regular rail station, and they would take Route 18. And then they would take all these tourists onto Route 129 to this tribe village called Sanmei. And we decided it would be a 2-day, 1-night trip. And the price was 2,600 NT, which is only about a little bit less than 90 US dollars. So we decided that that's how much we were selling it for. And guess what happened to us? People turned us in. People reported us because the price was too low. People thought you must be running illegally. You must not have the right documents. You must be running all these suspicious tourist shuttle vans illegally. People were saying that, oh, maybe there isn't even legitimate hotels or B&Bs in the indigenous village. So we were being reported. We were being turned to the government agencies because people were reporting us as running these tours illegally and making tourists stay in hotels or indigenous people's houses that are not real hotels. So anyways, so that was how we started. So how did we come up with an idea of basing our tours on the heritage railway? It was when we first got involved. It was at the time, it was the post-typhoon time when portions of this railway were damaged and the trains were not running properly. So we decided that we would be the bridge between the government and the indigenous community. And so I believe that on July 7th, 2024, the entire Alishan Forestry Railway line was fully repaired. Prior to that, there's always certain portions that were not really in service. And the actual day was actually my birthday, so it was quite a coincidence. So it's a narrow gauge railway that takes visitors up to 2,200 elevators. So there's a zigzag and spiral portions of the railway. So it is a very, very attractive railway. And we have decided to combine this heritage railway travel with a visit to the local indigenous community. And in fact, for the indigenous tribes, their life is more connected with this national road on number 18. So guess how long it takes to go from the city to the Lijia tribe, which is in the mountains. It's 2 hours. It is exact 2 hours, and that's how the indigenous people get back to their hometown. So what this means is that you might get to the Jia Greater area by high-speed rail, but it will take you another 2 hours for you to take the shuttle van, travel with your indigenous guide. It will take you another 2 hours to the guide's hometown. And there are other indigenous communities that's located in the vicinity. The closest one is probably an hour of drive away. And here are certain indigenous communities here and here. And from the map, it might seem that this community is only 10 minutes, a 10-minute drive or a stone throw from this community that looks like it's just nearby on the map. But the truth is that the map does not show you that there are mountains and steep hills in between these locations. So for example, the distance, the actual driving time between these two spots may seem very short on the map, but in actuality, it would take more than, for example, 1 hour or 2 hours, a minimum of 2 hours. Last time I traveled down this route. So what this tells you is that for the Chou tribe, to go between the different communities, we're looking at least an hour or 2 hours of travel time. When you plan the tours, you need to bear that in mind. Now, let's look at yet another map. So here, all these yellow dots indicate the different stops along the railway. And a lot of people believe that all this railway takes the tourists to the Chou indigenous tribes communities. Actually, it does not. The actual tribal settlement is further into the mountain. It is nowhere close to any railway or any highway. So when working with people within that community, they don't see themselves, they don't see their own lives being interwoven with the railway. It is true that all these tribal people, the Cao tribe, their ancestors were involved in the construction, in the hard, backbreaking labor work of putting down the railway. It is true. However, the railway does not directly go to their community. The indigenous members, especially from Dabang, Tafuya, Lika, and Laijia, these communities are the locations where you will find the highest concentration of Tao people whose ancestors worked on the railway. However, today it takes about 2 hours to go from one indigenous community of the Chou tribe to the next. In the olden days, it would take them 3 to 4 days on foot. However, with the launch of the railway, these indigenous people's ancestors would take advantage of the railway, where they would be able to take the railway to take the bamboo, their agricultural produce, the ayu jelly, to other communities to trade. So for the Chou tribe, their relationship with the railway, in addition to being involved in the construction process, is really based on using the railway to speed up their travel as a way to get to the city for selling products. So for many of us, we have this nostalgic, romantic view of the railway, but for the Chou people that I have talked about, they think about the hard work their ancestors were involved in. They think about how it may be shortened their travel time when needed. So now, let's look at the different travel packages we have developed over the years. So when working with the Chou tribe, the first order of business was that we would create a map of the different tribal communities. So when working with the Tafuya tribe, we worked with the community members to create this map. There's a kupa. Kupa is the community gathering house. And right next to it is the community members' private residences belonging to different families. And we also worked with the Tapangu tribal village. This is the map that they created. You can see on this really cute map, you see the grocery stores, you see the public toilets, you even see where the schools are located. The different communities created their own maps. They're all quite different yet unique in terms of their artistic styles. I really enjoy their drawings. However, for some professional designers out there, they may not think much of it, but we believe it's important that we use a map that's created by the community itself. And the next order of business is really to think about how we can combine a trip to these communities with a heritage railway. I already talked about how long it takes to drive to these communities. Many people believe, oh, I could just get to these communities by taking the train, or it only takes maybe 30 minutes of drive. None of these are true. So we need to think from the visitor's perspective, what they really want. Number one is the forestry area. They like the railway. It is true. Let's say for someone from Kaohsiung, from the big city of Taipei, when they get to Alishan, what is the first thing that they want to do? They want to take the train. There is no denial of that. So how do we link the community travel with the railway travel? So what we do is that we try to combine the two. We try to create an immersive experience. So, in fact, we try to connect the Tafuya tribe with a very famous walking trail, which is named after the tribe. And then it is actually true that if you take that Tafuya ancient walking trail to try to get to the community itself, it will take you 5 days. But it is a beginning. It is beginning of marketing the Tafuya tribe and connecting it with the very famous Tafuya walking trail. And is my time up? So this is what we came up with. It is a 2-day trip combining Heritage Trail and the Tafuya Historic Trail and the Shuishan Giant Tree Trail. And then we also created this tour, a 1-day tour of the Alishan Tafuya Historic Trail and the Tafuya Indigenous Tribe. The reason why we continue to use the word Tafuya is because it is a buzzword and it ranks very high on Google search. Like I said, this trail itself is extremely long and it takes 5 hours to complete the trail. And so it is about 6 kilometers long. So it is the beginning of getting people's attention. So this is the tour content. So they would the tourists would do part of the trail and then they would take a van. And it takes 40 minutes to drive from the trail to the community. And then where they will be served an indigenous feast. So the entire process is guided by an indigenous community members. So they could have a hands-on experience making indigenous meals. They would tour the community and enjoy a taste of the Chou tradition with grilled mountain meats, bamboo rice, and ayu jelly as a dessert. So it has become a very popular product of ours. I want to talk about this tour as well. This is called Tafuya Giant Tree Tour, Ecological Nature Experience. How many of you have been to the Tafuya Trail to actually view these giant trees? How many of you have heard of the name of the tree Tatacus lalacus, meaning giant trees in the indigenous language? It is located adjacent to the Tafuya indigenous community. It is a very famous attraction for hiking enthusiasts. So it was lesser known before the pandemic. However, because of lockdown, people not able to leave the country, this trail became more famous. So we thought that it would be a great way to connect the different walking trails and to eventually bring people into the community. And then, as the name suggests, the name lalacus of the giant tree indicates the place to rest and reflect. It is not just home to one huge tree. It is a home to over 20 giant trees. So over the years, it has become increasingly famous. So we thought it would be great to build on that popularity and take advantage of the growing tourist number and to take them to the indigenous community. So to complete this entire loop of the trail, it would normally take someone 7 hours, which is unattainable for people from the city. So we thought it would be a great idea to combine that with other attractions. So with the subsidy from the Cultural Bureau, we have come up with this specific tour with the content contributed by the local community members. It includes 20 visits to the indigenous community over the course of 6 months to come up with the actual content of the tour. Of course, there have been disagreements and there have been very heated debates as to what we would include in the tour. But in the end, we trained over 10 indigenous guides, and now it's online for sale. So what happens is that we would meet at Tafuya, at the place called Kuba, and then we would drive for 40 minutes uphill, so the people who do the trail would then be able to walk downhill. So then when we drive up and drop them off, and then they would be able to leisurely walk downhill and then stroll and make their way to the indigenous community. And this package is being sold at $2,300, very affordable price. So we've been running this tour for a long time, and it's also available for sale at Lion Travel's website. And each time we could take up to 30 people. And we only, like I said, we have about 10 indigenous guides that we have trained. And every time the Lion Travel takes the tourists into the community, they would all come on board and give it a really nice tour. I know that my time is up. I would like to end my presentation here. Thank you.
Okay. Wow, what a great way to travel. I'm also very tempted to go. For the Tourism Administration, we've been working with the Ministry of Culture and also the Indigenous People's Council, and also the Ministry of Agriculture for a long time. But actually, after listening to the presentations, I feel like we need to work closer with the Bureau of Cultural Heritage so we can take cultural experience and then spread it to more people so that domestic or international visitors, they can enjoy that cultural experience. And now let's go down from Alishan. Let's travel to Zhanghua, Lugang Township in Zhanghua. Has long been a popular tourist destination. And in the past 2 years, it also is one of the most popular destinations in Taiwan, known for its Mazu culture. So the old streets of Lugang is a place that people love to visit. And the tourist administration works with the government, but also with local businesses. And so when it comes to traveling, it involves actually accommodation, food, transportation, and also different trips or different attractions. And we do have an organization that's divided into several areas so that we can work together to come up with good travel products that promotes culture experiences. So with that, I'd like to welcome our speaker. Our speaker is Mr. Zhang Jingye from the Kids from Lugang, CEO of the Kids from Lugang Company. And he is here to talk about everyday co-creation of culture, life, and streetscape in Lugang. how they are promoting the culture of tourism in Lugang. Good afternoon. My name is Jing Ye from Lugang. The Deputy Director General said it really well. Lugang is the most sought after destination in domestic travel last year and also first half of this year. But I won't go too much into traditional Lugang traveling. I won't talk too much about Lugang Mazu Temple or the Lugang streets. I'd like to more focus on how local culture can be integrated into daily living and also another side of Lugang. Can you read these characters? 叫起港. This is the theme of our art festival this year. So what it means is to continuously work. It doesn't matter if you are a cook or a craftsman, you have to continue to work to be able to build up whatever that you like to do. So very quickly, a few words about Lugang. Most of you from Taiwan are quite familiar, but there are some of you that don't know Lugang that well yet. Lugang is one of the earliest settlements in Western Taiwan, and also a very historic city or township. I'm not sure if that was an earthquake or not. Okay, let's keep going. In the past, Lugang was a very early port. And actually, many of the townships or cities that started developing were ports. And because it was a commercial port, so a lot of trade took place in Lugang. So with that, we see that craftsmanship is quite strong in Lugang. Aside from trade, we see many different beliefs take place in Lugang. For example, the belief in Mazu or Wang Ye. So when we talk about diverse culture, we'll think that maybe the traditional beliefs in Lugang look quite similar. But however, if you look back 200 years ago, actually, it was quite diverse. There were different communities back then, and each community would have its different backgrounds and became rooted in the township of Lugang. And because of diverse beliefs, we saw a very diverse living environment. And because of different customs, Lugang's traditional craftsmanship is actually very prosperous as well. You can see that there are younger people that take on their family business, for example, in carpentry. Or can you guess what the picture in the bottom left-hand corner is? What kind of craftsmanship? It is actually a kind of tin sculpture. So sculpting a light. However, Lugang before went into decline. The reason that we're able to preserve this cultural landscape is because in its heyday, Lugang, because of sand settlement, actually went into decline because the transportation started to focus on railways. And because the port could no longer be used and also the trains tracks were no longer used, so Lugang went into decline. And without people coming in, actually the ancient landscape was preserved. So there are two designated heritages, the Longshan Temple and also the Tianhou Temple. And there were also traditional Western housing that were preserved in Lugang. And the preservation of these cultural heritages became one of the foundation of Lugang's tourism. But there is something else that is very important to Lugang's position as a tourist destination, and that is the industrial area in Lugang. You may think that what is the relation? Actually, the key lies in the industrial area actually provides job opportunities for young people that return to Lugang. And also there is the offshore wind farm near Lugang. So I've met someone who just came out of university working in the offshore wind farm. So that goes to show that there are good job opportunities in the Lugang region. So that it attracts young people. And when the younger generation, they return to Lugang to work, they will spend money in the township, and that is actually a stimulus for the local economy. And when it comes to cultural heritage, the reason that people are attracted to Lugang, on top of its landscape, also has to do with its cost of goods. If you have street foods in Lugang, it's not that costly, and it's still quite popular or quite common in Lugang to buy food with pennies. So it's not that pricey to travel in Lugang. However, we don't think that is that good for the local economy. So we need to think about how to upgrade our preservation of cultural heritages, or else Lugang will just be like any other destination without its uniqueness. And also, some experiences are not yet tapped into in Lugang. So what you can see here is a kind of traditional pastry that is made in Lugang. And it actually is a kind of snack that is popular for gifting. And if you travel in Lugang and you can have the experience of making that pastry yourself, then I think it actually adds to the total experience. Our team actually went back to Lugang in 2012. And back then, we tried many different projects, including picking up garbage in the community so that people grow awareness of the environment. And also another important project for us is the Autumn Art Festival. And this festival actually opened up people's minds about local development. So through the art festival, we started thinking that if there are many people that travel or come to Lugang because of the festival, but if they leave after the festival, and then it becomes a one-off event. So we started thinking about how we can retain people for them to stay in Lugang so that they can continue to live there. So you can see that to the right, there are different businesses that actually came out or were the outcomes of the art festival. There are handicraft brands, and also there's a bar and also a B&B that was the result of our Autumn Art Festival. And because the art festival brought together many young people, and we wanted to be better connected and to have these younger people stay in Lugang. And all of these business owners started out as volunteers to the art festival. And along the way, some people will discover that they love making coffee or cooking, or they like nightlife. So some of the volunteers, they actually became our long-term partners by starting businesses in Lugang. And right now, we are running 3 different venues that were remodeled from old houses. And I will focus on 落金组合 today. It is a kind of traditional housing that is very narrow and long. And there are 2 businesses in the venue. There is a cafe, and then there is also a B&B. So in the front, there is the shop, and then in the back, there is the housing. So this is the way that this kind of traditional housing is used. We also used many different elements that came from old housing. For example, you see the arched windows here, and that actually was inspired by the traditional housing in Lugang. And in terms of the space design, we also tapped into the original look of old houses. When we were remodeling or when we were working on the space, people would first think about hiring interior designers to portray the space. But actually, we thought that the design that could really showcase the essence of Lugang was calligraphy. So we invited calligraphers to write for us, and we felt like it went really well with the space in the cafe. And aside from running a cafe, we also wanted the space to serve different purposes. We wanted people to come to the space, not just for coffee, but for other reasons. So we held different activities to attract different people to the space. For example, concerts or yoga classes, or we had silent disco parties. And so for different events, we would attract different participants to the old house so that people would fall in love with these old housing. And in the back of the building, we finally finished the remodeling, and the bed and breakfast was opened. We actually stayed in this space before its remodel with our family members, and we felt like this was a very typical house in Lugang, and we wanted to turn into a comfortable space for travelers. So you can see that this is us staying there. And the experience itself is also a very important part. And by remodeling the space, but also retaining its original highlights, you can see that this house is also used for a traditional wedding. So the night before the wedding is like singles night, and the couple, they actually used our venue to finish or to hold their wedding. And this old house was able to meet their needs to have a modern yet traditional style wedding. In the remodeling process, we started using or hiring many older craftsmen. So for example, this is a carpenter who has been working for more than 50 years. So over 50 years of experience. He also brought up the topic that a lot of the interior design do not use carpentry, but we felt like we wanted to preserve his craftsmanship. So as we were remodeling the space, we used a great amount of carpentry. And using wood is actually more costly. There are many alternative materials. However, for an older house, this is something quite important. And how do we give these craftsmen opportunities so that they can preserve their culture is important to us. Another example is calligraphy is widely used. We were able to work with a calligrapher in Lugang. Actually, this is a way of preserving this legacy. So in Lugang, when people wanted to open new shops, they would go to local calligraphers and have them write out the signs. And that was also used in our shop. And so for Mr. Wu Jiansong, his family is actually specializing in calligraphy in Lugang and very well known there. And so some of the signs in shops in Lugang were written by his grandfather and also his father. And now he is also serving local businesses in Lugang. So we also played a part in his making. Every year in the art festival, we have a program called Street Museum, and we work with different shops and craftsmen, as well as young people that return to Lugang to start their own business, so that we showcase their stories. Sometimes when we go to certain shops, we only look at their products, but we also want people to see how these craftsmen work on a day-to-day basis. And we did that by establishing the Street Museum project. And this was a way for us to connect to these local businesses. And aside from the museum, what's important is also to connect these local businesses to each other. And the company iChef, when they were doing an interview in Lugang, we took them to shops that we often work with for different experiences and for them to get a taste of the space. For example, for the calligrapher I talked about, him and his family would feel like they were able to access a new client base or customer base. And they felt like their business was rejuvenated as a result. And was able to, I guess, refresh their business. These old houses and craftsmen and also handicraft, how do we rejuvenate them or regenerate them? I think it has to do with how they can become a part of the local lifestyle. For example, the carpentry you saw and also the calligraphy you saw, they need to be tapped into. So this is a way to preserve the craftsmanship. And so if we hire these craftsmen, then they can preserve their craft. So cultural heritage needs to be something that is organic. We would like for everyone to come to Lugang to be involved. They could actually enjoy the cultural heritage in Lugang because
一个过程。
it's all about the process.
10月4号。
Lastly, I'd like to tell you that our art festival will be taking place on October 4th and 5th, the opening. However, if you miss the opening, there is the Street Museum that takes place from the 4th to the 26th of October. If you like a guided tour, please get in touch. Thank you.
好，非常谢谢张执行长精彩的分享哦。Thank you very much to our speaker, Mr. Zhang. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break from here, and we'll be back by 3:30. We'll be back by 3:30. And we have refreshments and also coffee and tea ready outside. Please help yourselves. Thank you. 各位贵宾，接下来我们稍微休息一下哦。那场外备有茶点跟饮料，请各位贵宾自行取用。等一下3点半我们再回到会场，谢谢。 Okay, once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker is going to take all of us on a deep dive into the life stories of Taiwan's indigenous peoples. 那入港之后呢，我们要再次走进山林呢。我们下面一位讲者呢，要带我们听听看台湾原民的生命故事哦。让我们掌声有请静宜大学台湾文学系的黄国超副教授，掌声有请。Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Guo Chao Huang, Associate Professor, Department of Taiwanese Literature, Providence University, Taiwan.
可是我还是需要点那个连接找到。对，就是我里面PowerPoint里面会超连接。对。比如说很可能的。不行，因为我播歌啊，因为我是讲歌啊，所以我们会看那个 YouTube。
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we are experiencing some technical issues here because later we're going to play some songs and also some videos, and it's very important for us to make sure that we can connect to the internet here. So just give us 1 minute. 不好意思哦，现在有一点点这个技术上的问题哦，我们要解决一下连线的这个问题。不好意思，请各位贵宾呢再稍后一下下哦。那当然呢，等一下这个老师讲完之后呢，我们还会有2位的这个语坛贵宾哦，分别是国立云林科技大学文化资产维护系的王新恒副教授，以及亚洲产业文化资产平台指导委员会的主席，同时呢也是中原大学建筑系的林小薇教授呢，也会依序的到台上来语谈哦。那因为2位语坛人呢，他们也都有简报，所以我们等一下呢也会请他们依序的到台上来语谈完之后呢，最后再邀請我们这个场次的所有的贵宾回到舞台上哦，再看我们现场贵宾有没有什么样的问题。And yes, following Professor Huang's talk, we are also going to welcome 2 panel speakers to join us on the stage, and they also have slides. So we will ask them to come to stage one by one. And firstly, the talk will be given by Associate Professor Xinheng Wang, Department of Cultural Heritage Conservation, National Yunlin University of Science and Technology, and also Xiaowei Lin, Chair of the Advisory Committee for the Asian Network of Industrial Heritage, and Professor, Department of Architecture, Zhongyuan Christian University. And then after that, we will be welcoming all the speakers and also panel speakers and also moderator back to the stage once again. And we will be happy to take any questions raised by them. So maybe you can think about your questions right now while we are still working similarly on the technical issues. 那当然呢，等一下的这个 Q&A 就欢迎大家都可以提问，我们看时间哦。那明天的话呢，一样是上午会9点半开始哦。我们今天呢，2个专题讨论完之后，明天还有第3个专题会聚焦永续以及韧性铁道遗产的永续管理以及刚柔并济哦。9点半开始一样呢，我们是安排了有3场的这个专题演讲。 分别呢，会谈及阿里山林铁以及瑞士的雷蒂亚铁路。那当然，我们也有日本来的贵宾会跟大家分享日本大井川铁道。那座谈的话呢，我们会邀请亚太遗产铁道组织的谢明勋前副主席来分享哦，所以也是非常的精彩，就请大家呢明天也是准时的参加。And for tomorrow, we will also be seeing you at 9:30 in the morning. And for our session tomorrow, we will be focusing on sustainability and resilience, sustainable management, and balanced development of railway heritage. And for that, we are going to hear from the representatives from 3 railways, Alishan, and also the Russian Railway of Switzerland and Oigawa Railway of Japan, respectively. And we are very much looking forward to their talks. And also joining for the panel discussion, we will have Mingxun Xie, former Vice President of Asia Pacific Heritage and Tourist Rail Organization. And we will also be very welcoming your questions by them. So we hope to also see you for tomorrow's session 3. All right. So 台上还 OK 吗？
OK， 不好意思，因为那个
Yes, maybe we can put your hands once again for our speaker. Yes, 我们再次掌声欢迎。
My apologies. I am a bit different from the other speakers before me because I study songs. You really need to listen to the songs to be able to experience them. So I need to work on the issue first. So the topic of my talk today is an issue I've been working on in the past couple of years. I've been doing interviews all around. So indigenous forest laborers, they actually developed a culture of Lingban songs, forced labor songs. And many of you have worked with indigenous people, and you know that there are many indigenous singers like Alin or Mei Chang who are wonderful singers. However, Zhang Huimei's parents and also her uncles in the 1960s or 70s, as Taiwan's society was undergoing transformation, they were involved in a very special musical culture. And the source of that kind of culture has to do with forced labor workers under the Forestry Bureau. So we call these songs Lingban songs. Let's listen to a few minutes. I live in the high mountains. On the other side of the mountain, or what you just saw was actually there were many veterans that came from outside Taiwan. They would buy, I would say, marriage, or they would buy a bride who was indigenous. So there would be indigenous women marrying someone that came from mainland China. And the reason for that is because they needed money. So you needed money to find a spouse. So the song is singing about sashimi and also wine. All right, so I will stop here. So from this short video, you get a glimpse of something that is quite quirky. Actually, Limban songs are not very, how do I put this? They are not that well structured, not like when you go to a karaoke club where you can look at the lyrics. It's actually improvised a lot of the times. If you're not able to sustain the singing, then it's fine. You just maybe sing something else instead. It's actually very random. So what we just saw, how they were singing, actually a lot of the songs come from so-called Lingban, which means we saw the economy transform. So not many people wanted to work in the mountains then. They wanted to go into maybe factories, or they wanted to work as hairdressers. So in the 1950s to until 1980s, the Bureau of Forestry needed manpower to deal with the errands in the mountains or in the forest. Because to grow trees, you need to remove trees first, and then you needed to remove the weeds. And if you do not do that, then it's very difficult to grow the trees. So actually removing weeds is something that is human labor intensive. And actually those the indigenous people that lived around the area became a very important source of manpower back then. So for the Forestry Bureau back then, to sort the land for growing trees, the indigenous people became the best source of manpower back then. And the indigenous peoples back then, they needed to stay for 2 to 3 months in one project. And sometimes it would take them 3 to 7 months away from home to work. So when they work in the Lingban, when they work on a project, they actually feel like the world outside them is changing. So in the 1950s, the government of Taiwan started promoting a transition for the indigenous people's lifestyle. And they had to, I guess they were introduced to capitalism. They needed money, and they needed to make money. In the 50s to the 70s and 80s, a lot of the mountainous areas were restricted. And without getting a permit, you were not able to enter these areas. And in those days, many indigenous people, they had no idea about how the Han people lived. And when I was doing the interviews, I heard a lot of stories of my interviewees saying that they did not know there were other indigenous tribes after they left or before they left their tribes. So I think they were quite, I guess, closed off to themselves. And these indigenous people, it was difficult for them to access the flatlands. And because there may be conflicts or there may not be a place for them to stay. And so for indigenous people to become more like the Han people, the Forestry Bureau, they provided a very appealing opportunity. This was a job opportunity that required no education nor techniques. As long as you were willing to work, you could go into the mountains to become a forestry worker. So many of these indigenous people started working in the forest to remove the weeds. And the Culture Bureau in Hualien County actually had a description of Lingban songs. So if you type in Lingban songs, you will get a definition. And before I started doing my interview, I felt like, okay, so this was what Lingban songs were all about. However, after interviewing more than 60 participants, I started to see some differences. So let's go back to the basics. Lingban songs were the result of how indigenous people started working in the forests. And there are many songs that came from different sources. They included melodically traditional indigenous songs or popular Mandarin songs, Japanese tunes, ancient ballads, and they were interspersed with Taiwanese and Mandarin or Japanese. And previously, people would feel like Lingban workers came from everywhere, and that indigenous people would work together to have fun together in the forests all night long. I used to think that was the case, but actually that was not the case. But before that, I would like to show you another video. This is a song that is sung in the Bunong tribe in Hualien, but also sung in Kaohsiung in southern Taiwan. Poor people having to work in the forests. And I do so because my parents urged me to do that, to work in the mountains to make money. Thinking about life in the future makes me worried. Okay, I will stop here. So, in terms of the lyrics, we don't see many songs talking about why they choose to work in Lingban. So in the song, you see that, oh, poor me, having to work in Lingban in the forest to make money. And after going into the mountains, we need to cut very tall weeds, and seeing that makes me very, very deflated. So why do I need to go into the mountains to do such hard work? For Lingban songs or for Lingban work, at the time, the indigenous society was facing an economic transformation. And in the process, many tribesmen they didn't have a lot of interpersonal connections, nor did they stand out academically. And some of the manual labor was taken on by the indigenous people of Taiwan back in the day. And so here are some of the features of Lingban songs for the indigenous people. For example, different from popular songs that are written by a specific lyricist, Lingban songs, generally speaking in the tribe, because it is passed down orally. So maybe someone sings a song, I learn it, and then I sing it in my tribe, and I make some changes, and then someone listens to it, picks it up, and then also passes it on. So we don't know who the lyricist or the composer of the Lingban songs are. So it is collectively created. And I'd like to play another song for you. From 1950s to 1980s, the indigenous people of Taiwan were not that well versed in writing down their feelings towards the times. However, that does not mean that they don't feel anything. And it doesn't mean that they are silent. Actually, something very important to the indigenous peoples is songs or singing. The song is about love in 3 minutes. How can I accept your love? You can see that they use very simple language because they actually just started learning Mandarin after learning Japanese. So the song is saying, please forgive me, incomplete love. How can I forgive your mistakes? It's not that I don't feel anything. It's just that I'd like for you to forget about me. So Lingban songs, to an extent, we may feel like it sings about labor. However, maybe more than 50 or 60% of them are life songs. And because of the economic transformation, we talked about how working in the forest takes 3 to 6 months. So this is unprecedented for people at the time. They had to be apart from their loved ones. If you're quite young, and if you're a guy, most of the Lingban workers were strong men. And if for many different months you're not able to see your girlfriend or your partner, you will feel a sense of longing. So in the mountains, you may write down this kind of longing into a song and then sing it when you're at a gathering to express yourself. So that is a feature of Lingban songs. It actually greatly consists of love songs. And for those that are older, that go into the mountains, they would sing Japanese songs or indigenous languages songs. And in the 1960s or 70s, the baby boomers started to be educated. And in 1968, there was the enactment of the Compulsory Education Act. So more and more people were educated. And after 1970s, most indigenous Lingban songs were actually sung in Mandarin with traditional melodies. Because after the war, actually the indigenous tribes, they were not able to speak their indigenous languages that well. So we saw a lot of Mandarin songs that carried an indigenous taste at the time. Let me play one of them for you. This is something that we often hear in Taiwan tribes.
这个一般前面的这个部分，其实没有这个生词，所以有这个东西，其实后来跟卑南或者是阿美那边学过来的。
So this is a mixture of Taiwan and Beinan indigenous languages. And even some Amis phrases are mixed in. It is apparently a love song. It says that I'm going off into the forest to make money and work as a forestry worker. And it is, I take 2 steps, 3 steps, and then my tears come running down my cheeks. I miss my family already. The point I would like to make is that for the 30 years following the 60s, the indigenous communities created a lot of songs and lyrics. However, due to the indigenous communities being marginalized and due to the lack of encouragement for them to continue their own linguistic legacy, learning their own languages, many challenges have presented themselves when it comes to research. For example, a researcher like me may not quite understand the indigenous language and the cultural connotations therein. And also there is the traditional stereotypical belief that that is not mainstream, that's not worthy of further investigation. And most people, like the general public, simply think to themselves that we just don't understand. We don't understand indigenous language. I think there's a certain level of laziness. Sometimes we are so used to the mainstream music. We believe that this is how music should sound. So we carry that framework with us and we use that as a reference or benchmark for evaluating different types of music. And it is exactly because of this Chinese Han-centric perspective that the Limban songs have long been overlooked, and there's a general lack of research and attention paid to these Limban ballads. And I think in an age of diversity and ethnic mainstreaming, I believe that all these ballads that are so interconnected with the social and economic structures of the time are really worthy of our appreciation and investigation. In fact, unknown to many others, when recruiting all these forestry workers, they would look for workers that live in the vicinity. For example, the Ziben Forest Park primarily employs the Puyuma people, indigenous tribes, while the forest parks in the coastal mountain range mainly employs the Amis people because the location of the indigenous villages is already close to the forest. So people generally walk or sometimes take a logging truck to a certain point before walking up to the mountains. And the Amis people in general are known for their very expressive songs. So you would think that the Amis community would hold a lot of an archive or a lot of documentation of such songs. And based on my investigation, it is not true. Back in the 60s and 70s, a lot of Amis men work on distant fishing ships or in the offshore area. They don't. There's not a lot of them that go into forestry management. And if you look at the Sadiq tribe or the Bunong tribe or the Ataya tribe, they also do not have such a strong Limban ballads culture. So this culture is really concentrated on the Taiwan tribe, and the Lukai tribe would then follow along. In addition, there's also the Rukai tribe that is well known for their Limban ballads, and all the other tribes are not the main participants of this culture. As I said earlier, the Limban songs have been passed down through different decades, and therefore the original authors have become unknown. And this has created many windows for reuse and adaptation because there's no identifiable holders of intellectual property rights. We all understand that with pop music, you have to pay the composer, you have to pay the lyricists in order to use their intellectual properties. However, with Limban songs, one very interesting phenomenon at the time is that it's really, really affordable to produce and distribute Limban songs tapes because there's very little cost associated with the use of IP. So back at the time, many cassette tapes were produced to distribute these Limban ballads. And I wonder if you're familiar with these sort of cassettes. If you go to the day market, a few decades ago, you would see that in the day markets, right next to a vegetable stand, you would see a stand selling all these different types of ballad tapes at very affordable prices. However, many famous recording artists became famous exactly because of this. Back in the 80s, when Taiwan's pop music began to take shape, recording artists such as Jenny or Fei Fei were very, very famous Mandarin recording artists. However, in Taitung or in the eastern coast of Taiwan, there were also very famous Limban artists singing in their indigenous languages. Just because we don't understand, or people living in the East Coast or big cities are not familiar with them, doesn't mean that they were not very popular in certain areas on the island. And it is a testament to a sort of social collective memory. It bears witness to the hardship, to Taiwan's economic transformation, to the hard work of the forest workers that really truly reflects the social and economic greater context at the time. And they have all been encapsulated in the lyrics of the Limban workers. Let's take a look at the equipment that Limban workers or forest crew members' job require. Curved blade sickle used by the forest workers, boots, helmets, gloves. They need to bring their own comforters, their own blankets as well. So how do they know where to find Limban jobs? The contractors would then go into the indigenous communities to recruit them. And over time, indigenous foremen began taking on projects themselves independently, hiring relatives, friends, and members of their own communities. And this really shows that after working for non-indigenous contractors, many indigenous people or forest workers themselves then become foremen or become contractors themselves over time. And the church will also make announcements about job openings as well. So how do they make their way to the forest ground? Some interviewees also mentioned that their boss or foreman would arrange a truck to shuttle them from the indigenous communities to the entrance of the mountain, and then they would get off and hike up. Aside from taking trucks, some people, for example, the Taroko indigenous people, sometimes had to ride ropeways in certain sections when traveling to the forestry area of Lingtianshan. And then then the dormitories would then be separated unless these are couples or husband and wives working together. The dormitories are separated into male only and female only. And then the different ethnic groups such as Taiwan and Bunang tribes would lodge in different separate dormitories to prevent conflicts, making management more straightforward. And they usually get up at 3 or 4 in the morning. It is a misconception that these Limban workers would stay up and sing until dawn. It is not true, because they simply need to get up at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning. So excessive drinking, staying up all night is not a common practice. And sometimes people who are responsible for fixing breakfast and lunch would even get up a lot earlier. 2 meals are prepared at the lobby. They would prepare breakfast and the lunchbox for these workers to take to work. The most common meal would be rice triangles, and that's seasoned with preserved meat or salted fish. And the main task of workers in the forest is really cutting grass, especially for the indigenous people, regardless of gender, with each person responsible for one role, spaced out about 3 meters apart. Workers cut from the bottom up, carrying a whetstone on their belts to sharpen their machetes or sickles when they become dull. If a male member of the indigenous community admires someone, they may help the girl by cutting grass or express his feelings through singing. If the woman feels positively in return, she may take the initiative to wash the man's dirty clothes as a gesture of appreciation. And the hut has no bathroom, so bathing after work is often done in the wild streams or rivers. And in the early days, all these Limban songs were not being distributed through mass media or radio. It was made famous through the cassette tapes being sold at the day market, vegetable market, or the night market. And then it began to spread. And then all these songs were being used in different occasions on campus for group and then team building activities on campus, on university campus, and so on and so forth. Many of these folk songs sung by university students had its origin in Limban ballads. And in fact, it became the inspiration as well for a lot of mainstream songs that are considered as the backbone of today's Han Mandarin pop songs. Sometimes we believe that these songs, some of the Mandarin or Han language songs, actually had its origin in the Han society, but in fact they could trace its origin back to these Limban indigenous ballads that are being sung by forestry workers, particularly indigenous forestry workers. And they are the embodiment of the musical melodies and the hardship and the hard work of the forestry workers. And they blend popular songs from the era, and there's mutual appreciation and reference among indigenous peoples as well. Thank you. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Respond to what else? Shiheng Wang, Associate Professor, Department of Cultural Heritage Conservation, National Yunlin University of Science and Technology, to the stage. 那接下来呢，我们请两位语坛人简短的回应一下。首先要有请国立云林科技大学文化资产维护系的王新恒副教授上台来跟我们分享，掌声有请。
大家好。
Hi everyone. My name is Huang Xinheng from Yunlin University of Science and Technology. It's a pleasure to be here to present to you. We heard many speakers talk about the issue from the tourism and also investigative perspectives. So we heard a lot about Jiayi County, about the Alishan Railway. So there is actually a cultural asset visit that is taking place. That is why the section chief Xu is not here today. But for the Alishan Forestry Railway, the final destination is the Jiayi train station, and there is the timber plant nearby. Okay, I'll operate on the computer.
好，没关系。好，那我们看到了这个。
So on the 8th, you will travel to Jiayi City. And in the itinerary, we will talk about the cultural heritage in Alishan. So we heard from the previous presentation that the importance of intangible cultural assets. And also, we know that organizations need to be involved in the process. For Yunlin University of Science and Technology, we weren't a part of the optimization of the text for World Heritage, but I did become involved with the Cultural Bureau. And as we look back to past materials, we can think about the core of the value of cultural assets. So when it comes to the lumbering business, to forestry, there are many things to think about, including we have Lingban, which has an oral history that is an intangible asset. And actually down the mountain, there are skills or carving or sculpting, craftsmanship that is a part of the heritage. And traveling overseas, we actually, or where one of the officials traveled overseas, we actually hired one of the carpenters to carve something as a gift, as a giveaway. And we know that Alishan is a hub for these cultural heritages. And we just heard that for indigenous people, this is also a way that impacts their living. So when we look at the Alishan Forestry Railway, actually we see that in Jiayi City, there are actually lumber plants that are apart, and some of them are undergoing renovation, so we won't be able to visit them. And there are schools that are closely related to the development of the forestry industry. And also, we see that there were old sites that were turned into parks. So I'm saying that many of these sites were designated by Jiayi city government to become cultural assets. And some of them were expected to be a part of the cultural landscapes, but that's not necessarily the case. So we're saying that for the Jiayi Park and the Tree Park, and some of the lumber places that were established, or we see that there are certain houses that were put in place to preserve these cultural heritages. And you can see that this is the local elementary school, which we will take you to. Every year they travel to Alishan. However, they're not able to travel in these high-end trains. So right now they are practicing to ask for a petition. And so for these children, when they become 6th graders, they will go up Alishan, and from 1st to 5th grade, it's to gain understanding of Alishan railways. And in terms of religious beliefs, we see that there are many different beliefs. So these are the important heritages on top of the Alishan Railway. Oh, this is jumping really fast. There are local lumber plants that are actually tangible and intangible cultural assets, and also maps we're taking inventory of. So we see that for Mr. Huang from the Lion Travel Agency, we're seeing that they were able to take these cultural resources and turn them into tourism resources. And we're seeing that in Alishan, we need to take into consideration the extreme weather, or because there are earthquakes, how do we ensure the safety and also the sustainability going forward? If we look back in Jiayi City, compared to the mountainous areas, it's generally safer in the city. And because of the high-rise train tracks, and also because of urban planning, we're seeing that there are new challenges that are brought about to the Alishan Forest Railway. So going forward, in terms of cultural assets, in terms of tourism, and in terms of urban living, we know that Jiayi is known for its lumber. And we know that Mayor Huang Minghui of Jiayi will be joining us on the 8th. So we're thinking perhaps urban planning can take into consideration the perspective of World Heritage. So me living in Jiayi, these are my expectations. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Thank you, Dr. Huang.
For his sharing. 接下来呢，我们要有请亚洲产业文化资产评的主席，中原大学建筑系林小薇教授来跟我们分享。Next, we'd like to welcome Professor 小薇 Lin, Department of Architecture, 中原 University。掌声有请。
Thank you. 局长、主持人。
Director General, Chair of the panel, ladies and gentlemen, Since the majority of the audience members speak Mandarin Chinese, I will present in Mandarin Chinese with the aid of English slides. As I was asked by the Cultural Heritage Bureau to offer my feedback to the presentations this afternoon, so I have prepared these slides. I am also the convener and chair of the Asian Network of Industrial Heritage, ANI, organized and sponsored by the Bureau of Cultural Heritage. This afternoon in session 2, we've had the opportunity to listen to 5 different presentations. And Mr. Riley talked about collaboration as the key to regeneration and sustainability. He also talks about a human-centered approach. He talks about the importance of the volunteers, of international partners. And Mr. Chen talked about tourism that's supported by members of the local community. Mr. Zhang talked about his experience through Lugang, being supported by local community members. So it is really, really important to look into different partnerships, opportunities, public-private partnerships, and even cross-domain, cross-industry partnerships, and even a network of volunteers. And I think Mr. Riley put it very well. It is a key to regeneration and sustainability. For example, in the miners, an artifact and archive museum that's just been established. We have talked about professional training for volunteers in order to support the operation of the museum, whether it's just like the Welsh Pool and Landfair Railway or the Swiss Railway. They are excellent examples of how volunteers could make or break this the railway, the heritage railways management and operation. And Mr. Riley also mentioned that today we need to go beyond simply having a steam engine as the main attraction. There has to be more special events. There has to be more creative ideas. And I think Mr. Huang, the CEO of Lion Travel, also mentioned this. He mentioned having music concerts in the middle of the forest, having afternoon tea on the train, and having all these sorts of attractive, interactive, fun events that is combined with the cultural heritage sites. And Mr. Riley also talked about having the need to have more special events. And also, we have heard from Ms. Chen talking about combining the local walking tour, connecting the cultural heritage of Alishan, the hiking trails with the local indigenous communities walking tour. And Mr. Chen also talked about working with the local community, putting the roots down, digging deep, and finding inspiration from the local communities. And their examples that we have heard today also included combining the cultural heritage with art festivals. And I think this has become a trend in recent years. And it is not a sporadic event. It cannot be a one-off event. I know that we have seen events that have a budget up to 7 million, 8 million, or 10 million. However, it's just like fireworks in the sky. It falls to the ground and disappears because it's a one-off event. There is a lack of sustainable planning. So all these speakers in the morning all talked about moving away from that while focusing on sustainable resilience building. And we also heard about the Limban songs today and how these songs reflect the stories of forced labor and indigenous lives, and how the songs really speak to our hearts and are vessels for linguistic legacy, for collective memory, and how those Limban ballads affect or influence the pop culture, the pop music culture later on. And coming back to Annie, the Asian Network of Industrial Heritage is a major project of the Cultural Heritage Bureau, Preservation Bureau in Taiwan. And I think this network's work and efforts have reflected, really echo with the 5 presentations today. And here I would like to show you that the 4 routes are focused on industries, and there are different themes: sugar industry, mining, forestry and railway, and waterway or watercourse culture. So the important aspect of our Annie development is to connect the culture content of the route with different networks, partnerships, and to develop the different types of tourist services along the route. And I think the type of the diverse types of services that are offered to visitors around the route is really an important aspect of it, in addition to the rich content of the routes and the sites themselves. And we also have made references to the ERIH and the European cultural routes experience to develop our own Taiwanese routes. Over the past few years of developing the Asian Network of Industrial Heritage, we have realized it's important to build a culturally driven network with practical capacity through meetings, workshops, tours, forums, online seminars, exhibitions, and publications. And I think that it's very important for us to connect with each other. And we also believe in experience sharing. For example, the mining industry, Pinshi is one example, and the Lukang, and then it could be linked with Zhoufen, which is a mining town, can also be linked with Lukang, which is a mining product as exportation harbor. So all these routes could be created through partnerships and communication as well as collaboration. We have talked extensively about the importance of building resilience and working towards sustainability to rise up to the challenges of future impacts. And we see the need to reshape industrial heritage preservation in Taiwan, and which is to adopt a more people-oriented conservation approach to conserve and preserve the agricultural and colonial legacy, labor history, and the environmental economic impact and the infrastructure, and to focus on community empowerment for sustainable development in the future. And due to time constraints, I would like to wrap it up here.
Would like to invite our moderator, all the speakers back to the stage. Please bring your interpreting device with you. 我们请我们的主持人、副署长以及我们所有的讲者，如果有需要口译设备的话，请一并带到台上来哦。那我们有请我们的副署长 and also Secretary General Michael Riley。我们有请黄永旭长。接下来呢，我们要有请陈执行长、张执行长、黄教授、王教授以及林教授。Okay, everybody, please take your seat on the stage. 好，接下来把时间大概在最多10分钟的时间哦。
So we have about 10 minutes for the Q&A. Thank you. Thank you. Big thank you to all the presenters, the speakers, covering cross-nation collaboration and in-depth tourism, and also the promotion of local culture, the preservation of cultural heritages, and also the promotion to innovation and rejuvenation. Actually, we are trying to come up with content that is able to promote cultural tourism, because tourism has to do with the content of the product so that a positive experience is gained. So in-depth cultural experience can touch travelers' hearts so that they come back. We heard from Michael about sustainable relationships working with each other. And so they were able to tap into the power of volunteers. Volunteers became owners, and they became, in a way, shareholders to decide on the future of the railway. And so for all of our speakers, we talked about how cultural heritages can be a part of our industry so that we can upgrade the ecosystem. For example, for the lion travel, we heard about how we can boost the total experience. And we heard from how by tourism in the tribes, we can generate common good. And also we heard from the Lugang township, and we heard about the Lingban songs, how we can take these content and to, in a way, to appeal to the visitors. And the two discussants were wonderful as well. So for the participants today, I'm wondering if you have any questions for our speakers, anything that you'd like to learn more about. Any questions? You can raise them in Mandarin or English.
Thank you very much for that session. My question is to Professor Huang on the Lingban songs. Are there any of the songs that relate to railways? Is one section of the question. And second, are the Lingban songs still being produced? And if so, is there opportunities for creative projects that involve Indigenous peoples to create new songs about the Alishan Railway? Was that heard?
那为了让大家可以理解，我们
Can we ask the MC to interpret?
有可能在找这些我们的原住民的朋友们一起来为阿里山或林铁来创作吗？有可能以林班歌这样的形式。
When it comes to creation, for indigenous singers, they do have the ability to write songs. Not necessarily, they don't necessarily need to use Lingban songs, because Lingban songs have a very special circumstance, because it is very closely related to Lingban labor. So without living like that, without those circumstances, it's quite difficult for lyricists or for creators to come up with those kind of songs. So I don't think there is that necessity. I think they can maybe take their musical ability and talent to come up with brand new songs. Thank you. Any other question? Don't be shy. This is a rare opportunity for us to have experts from overseas and at home so that we can be inspired.
我想在座
And I'm sure many of you are experts in the field. And if you'd like to share your experiences, that would be great as well.
如果没有人
If there are no questions, I would like to ask Mr. Huang a question. we see that for Lion Travel, you actually put in a lot of efforts into themed products, and which are of very high quality. So I am quite curious. You've been involved the entire day in this conference. So I'd like to know, how will this influence or impact your way of developing new products? I'd like to hear your thoughts, because it's very rare. Usually when we participate in international conferences, usually, the VIPs, they leave after the opening, but I'm quite curious what you thought of the program today so far. So, Mr. Huang, actually, I'm here to learn. So I was very excited about joining. Actually, I arrived at 8 this morning because registration starts at 9. So I had an online meeting on the first floor, and then I came upstairs, and the venue was not yet open then. So I'm saying that I really attach importance to learning. And so we have many guests from home and abroad joining us. And I feel like it's hard for me to hear outside voices in the office. And if I have the opportunity, I should seize the chance to do that. So those were my intentions and motivation. And secondly, I think learning changes my blood or my mindset in a way, including we have speakers from Australia, from the UK, from Switzerland. And we also work with Switzerland in terms of the Glacier Express. And so we like to seize every opportunity for us to grow. And the Deputy Director General said it really well, that the soul of travel is culture, and travel becomes tourism becomes a stage for culture. So my team and we are focused on how we can go from 0 to 1. That is to say, okay, in the forest, maybe there can be a symphony orchestra. And if we go into the bamboo woods, and we can have tea served in a whiskey cup, the total package of the scenario and the music is something that people want. So we want to appeal to all 5 senses. And this is something that I continue to learn along the way. And from your sharing, we see how we can take some cultural elements and then combine it to what we're doing today. So the last page of my slide said future is now. So we should stop waiting. We should tap into what was created in the past and then give it to people in the future. Thank you. Okay, so last question in the interest of time. Yes. I'd like to ask the 2 youngest participants. So for youths in the face of cultural heritage, for Jingye, in Lugang, we know that you've been bringing together many young people and working with them. And for the street museums, you've been able to communicate and to pass down the culture of Lugang through renovating old homes, old houses, and then operating them. So through this method to have more people get to know Lugang. So for the younger generation in the process, what kind of a role do younger people play? So how do you, translate the cultures so that for the younger generation, they're able to embrace that culture so that it is not lost? So I'm quite curious from your perspective how that is done. and for Pei Ling as well. When you work with tribes, you need to translate cultures as well so that people can experience the spirit of tribes. So perhaps you provide products or you put things together for people to gain that experience. So how do you encourage people to go into tribes? Because it's very different from how we live. And people are willing to set aside the inconvenience of travel and to really dive into that experience. How do you encourage people to do that? How do you translate the indigenous cultures? Could you maybe, because both of you focus a lot on content, so how do you translate the culture so that more people are able to experience that? Thank you. So Mr. Zhang. During the break, I talked to Dr. Lin Xiaowei, and my wife is her student actually from Zhongyuan Architecture Department. And I mentioned that is because the restoration and also the design of many buildings you saw in the PowerPoint were by my wife. So how do we bring together the old and the new in these buildings? We tap into the craftsmanship of older masters. However, in terms of the space design or the visual design, it can be undertaken by a younger person. So culture is organic and is ever changing. And in the process, how do we find a new market and a new audience? I think this is a role that we are playing. We need to get to know the younger generation and what they like, why they're not willing to go into old houses or old buildings, why they're not interested in traditional culture, and how do we use new methods or their language to appeal to them. And on the other hand, we need to learn about how traditional environments are built or how they are conceived. So as a person or as a role that connects the different parts. Someone with a training or a background in architecture going back to Lugang by renovating these old spaces and then thinking about how to present certain content. Let me give you an example. 2 years ago, we were working on a ritual called 拜天公, so worshiping the skies or the gods. And this is a very important ritual that is actually exclusive to those in the family. And so we performed this ritual in our cafe. And what was interesting was that we adopted a traditional method. However, the content, or actually the participants, or actually the things that we used for worship were actually by the young business owners. For example, the baked goods that they made. Because usually in the traditional worshiping rituals, there would be a very, I guess, fixed set of food. So I'm saying that we are doing a traditional worshiping a ritual. However, the food that we use for worship is quite modern. So for visitors that day, they can understand that this is a very sacred ritual and you can become involved. So through this kind of format, we were able to draw participation from the younger generation, and they would get to know that actually traditional culture is a part of life. It's just that they don't have access to that kind of experience. So we were able to provide that experience to the younger generation. So this kind of cultural access, I think, can happen in life, in real life. Okay, so Ms. Chen, thanks for the question. I think our role in the early days were more to accompany the tribesmen. For example, for one of the cases we had 1 year to focus on opening up the source. So did we have to open up immediately? I think we went through a discussion and debate process. I said that, okay, so we visited there maybe 20 times. The first time, there would be maybe 10 people there. And the second time I went, there would be one person there. But for us, so for us, it was quite frustrating because a lot of my team members would tell me, why is it that we keep pursuing this? Why do we need to go into the tribes again and again to do something that the other party is not that interested in? So that was something we thought about. But I often tell my team members, we will see different people when we visit tribes different times, but if we go there for 20 times, we will reach maybe 100 to 200 people, and there will be maybe people that listen to us, that hear us 2 to 3 times, or maybe through live streaming, we help other Zhou tribe young people to get a better understanding of what it is that we are trying to do. And because a lot of people are already here, so we want to convey the idea that we need to protect the water sources. And when we can train our guides well, then when there are visitors that come in, they will know that, okay, don't go to the bathroom in these 2 hours. So where can you go to the bathroom? And if that is the case, then maybe they need to go at Kuba. So I'm saying that our team members, they become frustrated constantly along the way, and we become frustrated ourselves. And the 10 tour guides, we spent a year training them, educating them, and through the Forestry Administration, they are certified. And also, when they start thinking about markets, it's actually quite problematic because for the tribes, they are not that good at calculating prices. And for our distribution channels, they want the lowest prices, but the top service. However, for the tribes, they feel like, well, the services that we offer is the best service. So there is a gap, right? In the past 10 years or so, our team members have been learning how to strike a balance, how to convey the pricing to the tribes. And after explaining to them, I think people will start to identify with it, and then we will have to communicate with our distribution channels to let them know why the pricing is why it is. Because there needs to be at least 30% or 40% a profit to be able to sustain. However, for the tribes, they can only offer maybe 5 to 15% margin. And we also need to have our expenses covered as well. So usually a tour product, we don't have very high profit. And also for the tribes, it's very difficult to reach them. When you want to set a travel package, it's very difficult to find those in the tribes, and they don't get back to us until at least after 3 days. However, there are many consumers that are waiting online. They want you to get back to them within 30 seconds, or else you won't be able to get their business. So between 30 minutes and also between 3 hours, we need to actually hold on to these customers. However, after 2 to 3 days, it's actually us apologizing to the consumers. And then maybe the tribes, they change their mind and feel like, okay, we can take this job. but we need to sort out everything in between. So I think that is the most difficult part, how to deal with consumers, how do we take them actually to the tribes. Thank you.
Thank you, Pei-Ling. Now I would like to invite Michael Riley to maybe say a few words. And he was the director of the British office in Taiwan, and he was instrumental in building the sister railway relationship between Alishan and the British Railway that he presented today. Today, we have talked extensively about Taiwan's cultural heritage. What is more important is for us to learn from other countries' experiences. So I would like to invite Mr. Riley to give us some advice. He has heard many presentations about Alishan Railway. I wonder if he has any suggestions or any feedback that he could share with us. Thank you.
Where do I start? It's been a long day. We've had lots of presentations. It seems to me, listening to the presentations, particularly on this panel, that actually there are lots of people in Taiwan who already know lots about the subjects. And I know that Taiwan has sent lots of experts overseas to learn more. There have been several delegations have visited purely industrial heritage sites in the UK. I know about those, but they've obviously gone elsewhere. Taiwan is an active member of the Asian Network of Industrial Heritage. So I would say, from where I sit, look, I think Taiwan is actually already very open and very keen to get advice and expertise from outside. From that perspective, it is one of the most open-minded countries I've had experience of working in. So I don't think there is any useful advice I can give you, particularly not in 30 seconds at this time of day, other than to say, carry on with what you're doing, because I think your approach is right. There aren't any easy answers to this. As I said in my presentation, though, the more we can cooperate, the more we can learn from one another. We learn from one another's mistakes, we learn from one another's successes, and at the end of the day, we make progress that way. That's all I can say.
谢谢 Michael 的分享。
Thank you, Mr. Michael Riley, for sharing your valuable insights. Any successful cultural heritage project or any successful management of a cultural landscape or heritage landscape, behind any of these projects, there is a network of partners and collaborators. And it's also equally important is to bring stakeholders from even different sectors and industries together so that we can all benefit from the endeavor. While at the same time, we also need to think about the cultural aspect, the cultural revitalization and regeneration. We need to breathe new life into an existing or pre-existing framework for it to move into the future. And the Director General of the Cultural Heritage Bureau talked about this already in the morning. This is not just the responsibility of the government agencies in charge of these cultural heritage sites. It is also the responsibility of all of us, each and every stakeholders, and even the Taiwanese citizens, to promote cultural heritage-based tourism, whether it's a cultural landscape or a natural landscape or a mixture of the two. Taiwan takes great pride in its unique landscapes and heritage sites. So we must work together to ensure the sustainable development of tourism and sustainable development and management of these cultural heritage sites. With that, we conclude the panel discussion today. Let's have a group photo together. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us.
Photo together. Thank you once again for your valuable input. 那各位贵宾，我们今天第一天的大会呢，就到这边告一段落。提醒您离场的时候要记得归还口译设备。那么明天第2天的论坛呢，是上午9点半会正式开始哦，请大家准时参加。Thank you once again to everybody for your participation. Thank you to all the speakers for their wonderful talks. That's it for the first day of the International Forum, and we are going to have day 2 starting at 9:30 tomorrow. So we'll see you tomorrow, and don't forget to return the headset for simultaneous interpretation. Thank you once again for your participation. Have a good day. Thank you. And for our foreign guests, we still have the welcome reception that will begin from 6 o'clock tonight. So there's still some time, so feel free to go back to your room, have a rest, get changed maybe, and we'll see you at 5:30 in the lobby. We'll take you to the restaurant. Thank you very much.